Chapter 854. Director, when can we break through? Sniper, is the sniper in position? The director was very anxious, but no matter how anxious he was, he had to wait for the right time. Now was not the best time to save people. The sniper is looking for the best sniping position. This Tang Yen, you must hold on. The director was so excited that he almost jumped up. This was his beloved general. It was now 12:20 p.m. Mu Chichi waited for him for most of the night, but he did not come home. Downstairs, Mama Xing was still watching TV. She was usually asleep, but today, she was still eating melon seeds downstairs. This made Mu Chichi even more certain that something must have happened. Chichi, why are you up? Mama Xing turned around and looked at her. She immediately gave her a blanket. Mommy, just tell me what happened, okay? Mu Chichi asked Mama Xing directly. Master Shao never came home so late. Even if secretary he was looking for him, he would not let him go so late. Moreover, she couldn't get through to Feng Shanshan, which made her even more confused. Mama Xing knew that she was smart and could not hide it anymore. So, she helped her sit on the sofa and said, I can tell you, but you must promise me that you must face it rationally. Mommy, don't think of me as so weak. Mama Xing deliberated for a moment and said slowly, I'm not afraid that you're weak. I'm just afraid that you'll be worried that Feng Shanshan is missing. After hearing the last 6 words, Mu Chichi felt a chill spread from her heart to her limbs. 8th brother and the police are still rescuing people. Stay at home and don't distract him. You know 8th brother doesn't like to meddle in other people's business. I know, he did it for me. Mu Chichi nodded. To prevent her from worrying, to prevent her imagination from running wild, and to prevent her from losing her friends, Xing Xiao had to get involved in these cases. Don't worry, I won't run out without permission, but I definitely can't fall asleep. Mommy, don't worry about me, I'll wait for him in the living room. I'll stay with you. Mama Xing smiled at her. At this time, she needed her family to care for her. Thinking of the missing Feng Shanshan, Mu Chichi felt sad. Mommy, it's so good to have you. The time was 12:29 p.m. Qingbin asked 2 subordinates to help Tang Yen up and return the dagger to him. Of course, Tang Yen was unwilling to do it, but Qingbin pointed the gun at the pregnant woman's head. If you don't do it, I'll do it. You make your choice. I'll give you 10 seconds. Tang Yen, you have to be clear. If I make a move, there will be a few holes in the pregnant woman's head. I can't guarantee that. I might also shoot through her stomach. Tang Yen stood shakily in front of the pregnant woman. His hands were untied and the blood on his body was dripping down along the dagger. The ground gradually turned red. 10, 9, 8, as time passed, Qingbin loaded the gun in his hand. Tang Yen tried his best to open his swollen eyes. Then, he said hoarsely, let me. If you admitted defeat earlier, you wouldn't have wasted so much time. Qingbin put down his gun and gestured with his chin. Tang Yan's feet were tied and he could not move at all. Qingbin wanted to see Tang Yen kill someone with his own hands. He wanted to see the police kill someone. However, there were only a few seconds left before the half an hour that Tang Yen had mentioned. Tang Yen closed his eyes and finally raised the dagger at the pregnant woman. However, just as the tip of the dagger was about to fall, he lost his balance and fell to the ground. Don't play tricks on me. Qingbin kicked Tang Yen again. Tang Yen took the opportunity to pick up the dagger. He raised his hand and cut Qingbin's right Achilles tendon. Qingbin screamed and covered his foot as he howled loudly. Perhaps he had received a signal, but the sniper immediately saw the opportunity. Through the broken glass window, he aimed at Qingbin's head and blew it up. When Qingbin's 2 subordinates saw this, their legs immediately turned to jelly. They panicked and ran away. However, the police had already taken control of the surroundings. When Qingbin was torturing Tang Yen, he was not vigilant of his surroundings. Neither of his two subordinates ran away. Tang Yen was lying on the ground, covered in blood. However, he still used a black hood to cover Qingbin's appearance after he died. He did not want this innocent pregnant woman to be traumatized. Then, the people from the police station rushed in. After confirming that Qingbin was dead, they carefully removed the bomb and destroyed it. Old Qing and Officer Long immediately went forward to save him. "Captain Tang, are you all right?" He was covered in blood. How could he be fine? Tang Yen. The chief's expression was also full of concern. "I can still hold on." After Tang Yen said this, he fainted. However, he said it while looking at the chief and Xing Xiao. "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and send him to the hospital." The chief immediately ordered old Qing when he saw that he had fainted. Seeing this, the chief sighed. "At least there's no big trouble." "CEO Xing, you know Tang Yen. It's too late today." "CEO Xing, go home and rest." "Tang Yen, don't worry, I'll make the arrangements. This is my left arm. Can I break it myself?" Seeing the blood on the ground, Xing Xiao returned to the car. He rubbed the space between his eyebrows and instructed Su Che, "Drive. Let's go home. Young madam already knows." Xing Xiao did not say anything. He just took a deep breath. Even if he went home now, he would have an explanation. At 1:00 in the morning, Xing Xiao finally returned home. When he saw Mu Chichi lying on the sofa, he quietly took off his coat and hung it on the hanger. When Mu Chichi woke up and saw Xing Xiao, she immediately propped herself up. "How is it?" Xing Xiao did not answer. He unbuttoned his shirt, sat on the sofa, and pulled Mu Chichi into his arms. "Qingbin is dead." "Then Captain Tang, in the hospital," Xing Xiao answered. "Everything is under control. Don't worry." Then Feng Shanshan. "Is there still no news?" "We also have something on her, so you just need to stay at home and wait for the news." Xing Xiao held her shoulder and comforted her. "It's 1:00. If you don't sleep, the baby needs to sleep too. You've been tired all day. I'll go get you a bath." "No need. I'll take a shower. You go back to your room first." Mu Chichi knew that even if she had big questions, she could not ask too much, so she obediently returned to her room. Xing Xiao followed her back to her room and saw her lying on the bed with her eyes closed. After washing up, he lay beside her. Mu Chichi did not sleep well, so Xing Xiao hugged her tightly and whispered in her ear, "It's okay. Don't be afraid. Qingbin was dead." This meant that Tang Yan's predicament had been resolved. Next. Chapter 855. After Tang Yan was sent to the hospital, the doctor immediately examined him. 2 of his ribs were broken, and his spleen was ruptured and bleeding. There were also countless injuries on his body. The doctor immediately performed the surgery. Outside the operating theater, old Qing was guarding the door. It was not convenient for him to inform Professor Tang and his wife now. Most importantly, Feng Shanshan's whereabouts were still unknown. Old Qing sat on the bench and sighed. They did not know that Tang Yan had been a spy. Just now, when she heard the chief mention it, she knew that Tang Yan had such an experience and made such a contribution. This Qingbin was here for revenge. "Boss, please don't let anything happen to you. I was angry at you for being a coward. I really didn't know that you actually worked so hard as a spy." Captain Tang keeps things to himself and never says anything. He looks cold on the surface, but he's actually more loyal than anyone else. He must have sensed the danger in Bicini's case, so he didn't let us investigate further. You have to trust his judgment. Xiaolong patted old Cheng's shoulder to comfort him. Yes, now I just want to save sister-in-law. Don't worry, sister-in-law will be fine. Xiaolong patted old Cheng on the shoulder. 2 hours later, Tang Yan's surgery was over and he was sent back to the general ward. However, half an hour after the anesthesia wore off, Tang Yan woke up and wanted to get out of bed. Boss, do you want to die? Old Cheng had only gone to fetch water. When he came back, he saw Tang Yan getting up, so he quickly went forward to help him. I still have to save Shanshan, Tang Yan said with a pale face. Sister-in-law is fine. You're the one who's in trouble now. Old Cheng held him down. If anything happens to you, what will happen to sister-in-law? I know you're worried, but at least you can rest for the night. Even Iron Man would not be able to get out of bed immediately after the surgery, right? Tang Yan did not say anything. He just covered his wound. Although Qingbin was dead, Shanshan was still in Jin Bo's hands. When President Xing left, he asked me to tell you not to act rashly tonight. Tomorrow, he will give you an explanation. Perhaps he was afraid that Tang Yan would do that. Tang Yan did not move, nor did he say a word. Aren't you going to listen to Chief Xing? Don't you believe him? Of course he believed it, but his heart was similarly tormented. Boss, be obedient. The director has aged 10 years because of you. Tang Yan clutched his chest. Finally, he sighed and admitted defeat. Qingbin was executed on the spot. Jin Bo only received the news before dawn. He knew that if Feng Shanshan was handed over to Qingbin, she might have already been rescued. Fortunately, his daughter was reliable. So, Jin Bo immediately called Song Qiaoji. Daughter, is Feng Shanshan okay? Don't worry, Dad. She's in my hands. Song Qiaoji replied. She was still in the hospital. Although she had drugged herself, it was a little heavy, so she decided to rest in the hospital. That's good. Qingbin is dead. He can't do anything right. Keep an eye on him. If Tang Yan dares to act recklessly, let his family be destroyed. I know. In 2 days, your brother will be back. At that time, the whole family will have a meal. All right. From the beginning to the end, Song Qiaoji appeared very calm because she and her so-called father were not as close as she had imagined. Then, the two of them hung up the phone. At that moment, a figure flashed into the ward and quickly placed a dagger on Song Qiaoji's neck. I'm afraid you won't be able to have a meal. Miss Song, come with me. Song Qiaoji knew that she could not see the person's face clearly, so she was taken away from the hospital. She wanted to ask for help, but the hospital seemed to have been bribed by that person and did not give her a chance to see him. Then, Song Qiaoji was brought back to her home and tied to a chair. Who are you? Song Qiaoji's head was covered as she asked the agile man. You don't have to be afraid. At most, you'll be treated the same as Feng Shanshan tonight. You'll be treated the same way she was treated. I don't know what you're talking about. I didn't kidnap Feng Shanshan. Song Qiaoji immediately resisted. I'm also a victim. Besides, I saved her yesterday. You don't have to tell me this. Someone will come looking for trouble with you tomorrow morning. With that, the man lay down on the sofa and copied Song Qiaoji's phone number. What the hell are you doing? Don't touch my things. I'm just a weak woman. Don't go too far. The man was unmoved. After copying the number, he threw the phone in front of her. You're not a woman. You're a poisonous snake. Then, Song Qiaoji fell into panic. The next morning, Song Qiaoji woke up and found herself on a reef in the sea. Beneath her feet was an abyss. She was still tied up, and if she moved slightly, she could fall to her death in the pile of rocks. "Dr. Song, is there anything you want to tell me?" Not far away, Tang Yan covered his wound and sat next to her. "For example, tell me, where is my wife now?" "I don't know what you're talking about." "Tang Yan, you're a police officer. How can you break the law?" "It doesn't matter if you don't tell me. There will always be someone willing to tell me." With that, Tang Yan dialed the number that Song Qiaoji had called last night. "Hello." Jean Bo still did not know that Song Qiaoji had been arrested. "Mr. Jean, right?" Jean Bo's body trembled and he immediately sat down. "Who are you?" "Song Qiaoji is in my hands. Do you want Song Qiaoji or Feng Shanshan? You can make a choice immediately. You also know that as police officers, we also have a set of methods to extort confessions. If she accidentally says more in front of me, I can't guarantee that I won't leak it out for you. If you want to destroy my family, I'll also make you unable to live in peace." Jean Bo reacted for a moment and knew the other party's identity. "You're Tang Yan. I've already resigned from my position as a police officer. I just want to play a game with you. Do you want to continue holding Feng Shanshan hostage, or do you want your daughter?" The corners of Jean Bo's mouth trembled a little, but he steeled his heart and said, "If you have the ability, kill her. I have many daughters, and she's not missing. Besides, you won't be able to get anything out of her. Tang Yan, you're just wasting your energy. Of course, I'm willing to keep Feng Shanshan. This way, you won't dare to act rashly. All right then. It looks like you've chosen not to have your daughter." With that, Tang Yan grabbed Song Qiaoji's hand and pushed her down the rock. Song Qiaoji screamed, "No!" Chapter 856. Therefore, Song Qiaoji's entire body was suspended in midair. Of course, she was afraid. She was afraid of death. "Tang Yan, pull me up. I'll tell you where Feng Shanshan is hidden. I hid her. No one knows, not even my father," Song Qiaoji shouted in the air. "I don't believe you. Tell me the address of the hidden person first." Tang Yan lowered her a little more. Song Qiaoji couldn't take it anymore and was about to answer Tang Yan. Tang Yan took the opportunity to turn off his phone. He wanted to make Jean Bo, who was on the other end of the line, anxious. "She's locked up upstairs." Really, after Tang Yan heard this, he immediately called Su Che. After Su Che heard this, he went out to save her. "Pull me up first. Don't count on it until you find her." Tang Yan coldly rejected her request. A heartless, cold-blooded female killer shouldn't be afraid of this height because you know very well that she won't die, but it will definitely be very painful. Her bones will be fractured, and she might even be disabled from now on. "Tang Yan, you're not a man." If he couldn't even protect his wife and child, of course he wasn't a man. Tang Yan sneered. He had suffered such a serious injury yesterday. Didn't he have to run around to save his wife and child's life today? Half an hour later, Su Che arrived at Song Qiaoji's apartment and immediately went upstairs to search. However, there was no one in the room. However, Su Che found that Feng Shanshan had indeed been locked up here. Therefore, he immediately called Tang Yan back. "She's been moved." Hearing these words, Tang Yan put down another piece of rope. "She's been moved. That's impossible. I hid her." "No one knows," Song Qiaoji shouted. Tang Yan didn't want to waste his breath with her, so he pressed the remaining rope under the rock. "If you can hold on until someone comes to save you, you'll be lucky." After saying that, Tang Yan was about to leave, but Song Xiaozhi shouted again, "Trust me, I can find that woman. She's not Jinbo's person. She's not. I invited her from outside." After receiving this news, Tang Yan only thought of one possibility. Feng Shanshan might have been secretly transferred by that woman, and the purpose. When he thought of this, Tang Yan's heart tightened again, but he also relaxed a little. This was because she was not in Jinbo's hands, so her life was temporarily not in danger. However, what he was worried about was that Feng Shanshan might have been sold. Then, he pulled Song Xiaozhi up and told her very seriously, "You can escape or choose to cooperate. I thought that the police were all righteous and wouldn't do such a thing." Song Xiaozhi was a little surprised. "According to my temper back then, I would have strangled you to death, tied you to a rock, and thrown you into the sea. That's because the person you kidnapped is my lover. I'm already being extremely polite to you." Tang Yan's expression was cold, and his eyes were abnormally cold. This caused Song Xiaozhi's body to tremble, and he took 2 steps back in fear. Because she believed that Tang Yan could really kill for Feng Shanshan. "But you should also thank me. If I didn't take Feng Shanshan away and hide her, would you have been so easy to deal with Qingbin?" After hearing this, Tang Yan frowned slightly. He did not understand. "Go find him. I promise you." At this moment, the hospital was in a complete mess. When old Qing came to deliver food this morning, he found that Tang Yan had already disappeared. He could not be found anywhere, and he did not bring any identification or other things. If Tang Yan had faced Qingbin as a police officer yesterday, then today, he only wanted to be a husband and do what a man and a father should do. If he could not find Feng Shanshan, he did not want to return to the police force because he felt that his life had lost its meaning. For this reason, old Qing went to Zhongding to look for Xing Shao. However, Xing Shao only gave him one sentence. "Give him some time. Then he won't." Old Qing was afraid that he would be impulsive and make a mistake. After all, which man would not go crazy when he encountered such a thing? That's also his choice. Old Qing thought about it carefully. If it were him, he might not be able to do better, so he gave up. "I understand." At this moment, Song Xiaozhi brought Tang Yan to a housekeeping company near the apartment. "How dare you kidnap someone so brazenly?" Song Xiaozhi did not answer him. She only found the woman's information from the housekeeping company and handed it to Tang Yan. "It's this woman." Tang Yan struggled to support his body and fell to the ground. Song Xiaozhi immediately wanted to help him up. "How are you? You can run away now." Song Xiaozhi shook her head. "My identity has been exposed. Where else can I run to? Whether it's you or Dad, I can't explain it to them. I'll find Feng Shanshan first. And then you'll think of a way to trick her away. You'd better use all your connections to find her one step ahead of time. Otherwise, when my dad gets his hands on her, you won't be able to get anything." Tang Yan closed his eyes and calmed himself down. Then, he sent the woman's information to old Qing and Xing Shao. "Help me find her. Shanshan is in her hands." Since she was not in Jinbo's hands, wouldn't it be much easier? The police station and Xing Shao began to work. "I suddenly don't understand you." Tang Yan sat on the ground and looked at Song Xiaozhi. "You don't need to understand. Don't touch Bai Sini's case anymore. Someone from above will take over this case. Protect your wife and child well." "You." Tang Yan was a little surprised, but it was only for a moment before he hid his emotions. Song Xiaozhi seized the opportunity to grab the ashtray on the housekeeping company's desk and smash it at Tang Yan's head. Then, she took the opportunity to escape. "Sir, are you okay?" "Sir." The housekeeping company staff had only gone to make tea. When they came back and saw this scene, they were shocked. Tang Yan covered his head and stood up. He couldn't care less about anything else now. Finding the person was more important. Tang Yan did not know how he spent the whole day and night. The police had found a lot of clues, but they did not find the person. But at least this could prove that the person had been taken away by the middle-aged woman and not Jin Bo's men. As for Song Chaoji, Tang Yan did not know if her words could be trusted or if they were good or bad. Dragging his heavily injured body, Tang Yan fainted on the street after taking 2 steps. When passers-by saw him, they immediately called the ambulance and he was sent back to the hospital. When he woke up again, it was already afternoon. When old Ching saw that Tang Yan had woken up, he quickly said, "Boss, did you have a nightmare?" "Don't worry, everyone is doing their best to find sister-in-law. We'll definitely find her. Don't sneak out again. When sister-in-law finds out, she'll definitely be very sad." Tang Yan sat on the hospital bed in a daze. He had never felt this way in so many years. "I'm afraid." Chapter 857. Old Ching could not take it anymore, so he swore, "We will definitely find sister-in-law. We will." Tang Yan could not speak, and old Ching could not take it anymore. He was afraid that something would happen to Tang Yan again, so he immediately went to find a doctor. However, he had only gone out for 2 minutes. When he came back, Tang Yan was gone again. No one could protect a person who was about to go crazy. Xing Xiao's network went down and found some clues. The middle-aged woman who had taken Feng Shanshan away should have a gang, and they were moving between each other. Feng Shanshan was not an obedient and docile person. If she was sober, she would definitely think of a way to contact someone close to her or the police. However, the bad thing was that she was afraid that the other party would give her medicine. Adults could endure the torture, but what about the child in her womb? After an entire day of investigation, the police locked onto the suspect and the suspect's car. In the end, they found that the car with Feng Shanshan was speeding towards J City. That place was a mess, and Jin Bo had many eyes and ears. If Feng Shanshan was really taken there, the consequences would be unimaginable. Xing Xiao had promised Xiao Qi that he would give Tang Yan an explanation. Therefore, after receiving the news, he immediately asked Su Che to take action. "Don't drive. I know your motorcycle skills are very good. Take a shortcut and intercept them. You know the license plate number." After Tang Yan came out of the hospital, he immediately called Xiao Long to confirm the current progress. Although Xiao Long knew that he should not tell him, he still could not resist his interrogation, so he told him the license plate number and the direction in which Feng Shanshan was being sent. Tang Yan did not say anything. He went straight home. Enduring his injuries, he rode his motorcycle and chased after Su Che. Along the way, he thought like crazy that if that group of people dared to do anything to Feng Shanshan, he would not care about the consequences and make them die without a complete corpse. Time passed minute by minute, and the effects of the medicine on Feng Shanshan's body gradually faded. However, when she opened her eyes, other than the middle-aged woman who was looking at her, there was also a middle-aged man and a young man who was driving. "You. Where are you going? There's no room for you to ask. Rest." The middle-aged woman was still very stubborn. "Are you short of money? As long as you send me back, my husband will give you a lot of money." "We don't lack money, we lack women." The middle-aged man replied with a chuckle. Feng Shanshan lay in the car and did not dare to move. After all, she had not eaten anything since yesterday. Now, her entire body was weak and did not have the slightest bit of strength. It seemed that she couldn't do anything to these 3 people now. But she missed Tang Yan. She didn't know how he was and whether he was still alive. Qingbin was so crazy. If something happened to Tang Yen, what would happen to her and the baby in the future? Thinking of this, Feng Shanshan could not help but feel sad, and tears flowed from the corner of her eyes. Perhaps seeing that she was sad, the middle-aged woman immediately said, "It's useless to cry. When you get there, serve your new man well. In the future, he will make you comfortable." Feng Shanshan could not move and could only cry. Because she knew what it meant. The truck was still moving forward. It was getting further and further away from Tang Yen. What should she do? What could she do? Along the way, Su Che ran at full speed, not daring to slack off at all. In only 2 hours, he arrived at the exit of the highway ahead of time and waited at the toll booth. Then, he took out a photo and the license plate number and said to everyone at the toll booth, "If you see this car, please stop it. My pregnant sister has been kidnapped. Please pay attention. The police are also chasing after her." After the toll collectors at the toll booth saw this, they silently remembered it in their hearts. About an hour later, the truck with the 2 license plates drove into the toll booth. The toll collector immediately informed his colleagues. However, they did not know what was going on. They were more afraid that Su Che was the bad guy, so after some discussion, they stopped the car for inspection. Perhaps he realized that something was wrong, so the man driving the car wanted to break through the barrier and run away. However, before he could change gears and speed up, his body was pulled out of the window by a strong force. Then, the toll collector immediately helped and controlled the car. "What are you doing? You're scaring my pregnant wife." The middle-aged woman immediately blocked Feng Shanshan, but Feng Shanshan pushed her away with difficulty. I don't know them." After Su Che dealt with the young man, he went to the front of the car and saw Feng Shanshan lying in the back. He immediately felt relieved. Su Che, when she saw Su Che, Feng Shanshan's tears immediately came out. At this moment, Tang Yan's car also arrived at the toll booth. He did not even stop the car and jumped off the motorcycle. He walked forward and saw Feng Shanshan lying in the car safely. Then, he grabbed the middle-aged man and the woman in the car, threw them on the ground, and beat them up. "Enough." Su Che stopped Tang Yen. "They are ordinary people. They can't withstand your fists. If they die, how are you going to take responsibility?" Tang Yan's fist was covered in blood. He punched the road, and the bones of his knuckles were exposed. Just wait to go to jail. If it weren't for the fact that he had to take care of Feng Shanshan, he would have torn these people into pieces. However, his only trace of rationality pulled at him. So, he stumbled to his feet, but after taking 2 steps, he fell in front of the car. "Captain Tang! Captain Tang!" Feng Shanshan heard it and was very anxious. Tears flowed out uncontrollably. Why were there so many injuries on his body? Soon, the ambulance and police car arrived. After understanding the situation, the 3 human traffickers were brought back to the police station, while Tang Yen and Feng Shanshan were sent to the nearest hospital. Su Che stood guard outside the operating theater with his arms crossed. He had not let Xing Xiao down. He had finally brought them back. However, looking at Tang Yan's crazy look, Su Che could not help but sigh. If something like this happened to Muqiqi, Xing Xiao would probably drop an atomic bomb on Jianchuan. Feng Shanshan had not inhaled much of the drug. Fortunately, it did not hurt the child in her stomach. However, Tang Yan's condition was much more serious. He had a fracture and a spleen rupture. He had to undergo a second surgery, and he was bleeding profusely. If Feng Shanshan did not find him, he might die. Soon, Xing Xiao received news that the person had finally been found and was safe. However, if he was placed in a remote hospital, it was inevitable that Jin Bo's people would not target him. Therefore, Xing Xiao sent 10 bodyguards over. In addition to the people from the police station, even if Jin Bo had the intention, it was impossible for him to take advantage of the situation. Mu Chi-chi, who was at home, finally heaved a sigh of relief. Chapter 858. In the evening, Jay's city was still shrouded in the setting sun. Feng Shanshan woke up and forced herself to sit up. Old Qing was guarding the door. When he heard the noise, he quickly turned around. Shanshan, you're finally awake. It's fine. Everything's fine. You and the child are fine. It's just that you didn't eat much, so your body is weak, Old Qing quickly said. I'll go heat up some food for you. Eat some first. Where's Tang Yen? Old Chang's expression froze when he heard Feng Shanshan ask about Tang Yen. Captain is still in the operating theater. He's been in there for more than 2 hours. When Feng Shanshan heard this, she struggled to get out of bed, but she was stopped by Old Qing. Shanshan, so many people went through so much trouble to save you, not to let you ruin yourself like this. Do you know? Last night, Captain Tang almost lost his life. He was so seriously injured. He got out of bed after the surgery just to find you. Feng Shanshan was stunned. I'm sorry, you don't have to say sorry. Captain Tang almost went crazy. We all have to thank you for being safe and sound. At this point, Old Chang's eyes turned red. I've never seen Captain Tang lose control like that. Do you know? In the afternoon, he almost beat the 3 people who kidnapped you to death. In the past, I always thought that Captain Tang was a cold person and that women who followed him wouldn't be happy. But after watching Captain Tang for the past 2 days, I think you're worth it. I'll go heat up the food for you. Rest well first. When Captain Tang comes out, I'll tell you. Feng Shanshan didn't move. She paused and asked Old Qing, does Chi-Chi know? How can I not know? President Xing was involved the whole time. Isn't this all because of Chi-Chi? Then, can you lend me your phone? I'll tell them that I'm safe. That's right. After saying that, Old Qing took out his phone to unlock it and found Mu Chi-Chi's phone number. Chi-Chi is sick. Comfort her. Feng Shanshan nodded and dialed the number. Perhaps she knew that there was news, so Mu Chi-Chi picked up almost instantly. Senior Brother Qing, it's me. Feng Shanshan's eyes were red and her throat was burning. Chi-Chi, you damned woman, where have you been? Who are you trying to make? Mu Chi-Chi scolded her. Do you want to drive everyone crazy? Mu Chi-Chi scolded her. Do you want to drive everyone crazy? Sorry. Sorry my ass. Mu Chi-Chi couldn't help but curse. We'll settle the score when you come back. You should rest first. Okay, Feng Shanshan answered with a sobbing tone. The 2 of them did not say much because they could not explain everything in a few words. Right now, Feng Shanshan was most worried about Tang Yen. Soon, Senior Brother Qing entered the ward with a bowl of porridge and handed it to her. This is the first time I've taken care of a woman. Please make do with it. Feng Shanshan had no appetite now, but in order not to worry others, she still obediently ate a big bowl. Captain Tang is out of danger. He can come out of the operating room in 10 minutes. So, you can rest assured, right? Feng Shanshan nodded while crying, although she could not help but want to go to Tang Yan's side. Meanwhile, Su Che returned to Jianchuan to report to Xing Xiao. You've worked hard, we've saved him, but the conflict with Jin Bo in the future is inevitable, Su Che answered. Xing Xiao handed the information that his secretary had sent him in the afternoon to Su Che. Didn't I ask you to investigate his relationship with the Song family? Now, he's moved all his educational institutions and financial companies to Jianchuan. He wants to compete with you, President. Su Che took it and started reading. We'll talk about this in the future. Keep an eye on Tang Yan. You've worked hard during this period of time. Get off work early today. Xing Xiao picked up his coat and planned to go home. Okay. Su Che was stunned for a moment, but he still nodded. This was because being by Xing Xiao's side made him busy. Now that he was free, he suddenly did not know what to do. After all, he was a person who had nothing to worry about. Thinking of this, Su Che rode his bike to J City. It was better to help watch over him tonight. At 7:00 in the evening, Tang Yan finally got off the operating table and was sent to the general ward. However, the doctor gave him a death order. You must stay in bed for half a month. Otherwise, don't even think about keeping your life. The current Tang Yan was even more spectacular than in the morning. He was almost wrapped in gauze like a mummy. Feng Shanshan was finally able to enter his ward. Old Qing borrowed a wheelchair and pushed her to Tang Yan's bedside. Seeing that there was not a single part of this man's body that was unharmed, Feng Shanshan held Tang Yan's face with both hands and buried her head in tears. When old Qing saw this, he quietly left the ward and considerately closed the door. Perhaps it was because he had been worried about her, so Tang Yan opened his eyes and saw Feng Shanshan in front of him. He opened his mouth, but he could not say anything. His voice was as hoarse as sandpaper rubbing against a stone. When Feng Shanshan saw him open his eyes, she could not help but cry out. How could you do this? How could you be so injured? It's good that you're fine. Tang Yan moistened his throat and squeezed out these words with difficulty. Are you stupid? Who asked you to work so hard? I don't need it, you know. Seeing you like this, I'd rather be the one hurt. Nonsense. Tang Yan immediately stopped her. How can a man let his woman get hurt? Besides, you're still pregnant with my child. How can I let you get hurt? Do you know that I wish I could? I know everything. You fool, I know everything. Feng Shanshan lay on Tang Yan's chest and cried bitterly. What should I do if something happens to you? Have you ever thought about it? Tang Yan did not say anything and let her cry because he knew that she had been worried and wronged for the past 2 days. Now, if she cried, she would be able to vent all the negative emotions in her heart. I don't know anything, because I only know that without you by my side, I'd rather die. Shanshan, it wasn't until the moment you disappeared that I deeply understood how important you are to me. Don't leave me in the future, okay? I can't take this kind of loss anymore. Feng Shanshan lay on Tang Yan's chest and kept nodding. Tears welled up in her eyes. I won't leave you again, even if I die. Tang Yan wanted to get up and kiss Feng Shanshan's forehead, but he pulled at his wound. Seeing this, Feng Shanshan could not help but laugh angrily. Who told you to move around? After saying that, she leaned over and kissed Tang Yan's dry lips. I'll be by your side forever. We won't be separated. Chapter 859. Soon, the police reported Qingbin's case. However, Qingbin had been executed and Song Qiaoji had failed to hold on to Feng Shanshan. Jin Bo was furious and began to suspect if Xing Kai had contacted Xing Xiao. After all, the night before the incident, Jin Bo and Qingbin had spoken on the phone. If this mission failed, it meant that someone had leaked information to Xing Xiao. This person was none other than Xing Kai. Song Qiaoji took advantage of Tang Yan's injury to escape home. Jin Bo could not blame her. Even if she was wild, she was still his daughter. Being hung on a cliff by Tang Yan, she would definitely be afraid. Moreover, at that time, he was heartless and did not care about his daughter's life or death. Song Qiaoji did not hold a grudge against him. If he wanted to blame someone, he could only blame the person who had informed Xing Xiao. Then, Jin Bo had Xing Kai tied up and locked in a small dark room where he could not see the light of day. He had his men interrogate him. CEO Xing, what Mr. Jin hates the most in his life is betrayal. He trusted you so much and even handed Changrong Electronics over to you. Aren't you letting him down? Xing Kai's hands were tied and he hung in the air. His expression was a little wooden. I don't know what you're talking about. If you hadn't tipped Xing Xiao off, how would he have known that Miss Song was helping Qingbin? I don't know what you're talking about. The Xing family and I are irreconcilable. How could I help Xing Xiao? It looks like you want to taste something even more powerful. In the dark and boundless room, Xing Kai's screams could be heard. Mixed with the humidity of the basement, it could not help but make one's heart tremble. After Song Qiaoji's identity was exposed, of course, she could not return to the hospital to work, so she followed Jin Bo to serve him. Mr. Jin, Xing Kai still refuses to confess. He insists that he doesn't know anything. The interrogator tortured Xing Kai for an entire night, but he did not get anything out of him. I'd rather kill 1,000 wrongly than let one go. Xing Xiao made me lose 2 helpers and even save Tang Yan. It's not too much for me to make the Xing family lose 1 person. Dad, Qingbin didn't tell Xing Kai about me. Why is Xing Kai to blame? Song Qiaoji did not understand. And think about it. If Xing Kai had known, Xing Xiao wouldn't have allowed me to stay by Feng Shanshan's side for so long. Didn't you have a use for him? Why are you venting your anger on him now? After Jin Bo heard this, he looked at his daughter in confusion. Are you sure he doesn't know? Think about it. Qingbin went crazy for revenge. Why would he tell Xing Kai about such an important matter? Song Qiaoji asked Jin Bo in return. Just to test whether Xing Kai is loyal or not. Jin Bo thought about it and felt that it made sense. But now, I've already used a heavy punishment. If you really want to keep Xing Kai as a pawn, then leave him to me. I promise that he will never betray you. Song Qiaoji promised Jin Bo, your brother will be back soon. Take care of these things quickly. Jin Bo's reply was a tacit agreement. Why did he insist on keeping Xing Kai alive? Because after his son returned, he would make even bigger moves against Jianchuan. At that time, it would not be easy to find a scapegoat. A person as suitable as Xing Kai was 1 in a million. Song Qiaoji nodded and went to the basement. Seeing the man covered in wounds, Song Qiaoji felt that this was the most manly Xing Kai had ever been. She had used so many tools to extort a confession, but he did not say a single word. Then, Song Qiaoji had someone send the unconscious Xing Kai to her new residence. Then, she personally stitched up Xing Kai and applied medicine. Because there was no anesthetic, Xing Kai woke up. When he saw Song Qiaoji, he frowned and looked defensive. Don't move. You're seriously injured now. If you want to live well, then listen to my arrangements. As Song Qiaoji applied the medicine for him, she said to him seriously, you know your situation. If you follow my father, you'll only die. Although I don't know who pushed you in back then, I believe that the Xing family wants to drag you out. You, our godfather's daughter. Although I'm his daughter, I'm just one of his many daughters. I'm not worth much, Song Qiaoji explained. Because of your news, Xing Xiao saved Tang Yan, but you're in danger because of it. Do you blame him? Xing Kai didn't know what to feel. The reason why he gritted his teeth was because he knew that as long as he admitted it, there would only be a path to death. I'm not as noble as you think. I hate the Xing family. This is deep-rooted. Besides, I'm not helping him. I'm just helping myself. After you leave my door, don't trust anyone, especially my father. But you have to pretend to obey him. That way, you'll live longer. After Shinkai heard this, he sneered. You should know your role. From the beginning, you were the scapegoat that my father chose. As for whether you were going to replace him or my brother in the end, no one knows. Then why are you doing this? Shinkai looked up at Song Qiaoji. You're Jinbo's daughter. Why, whether you believe it or not, I want you to live. After saying that, Song Qiaoji helped him treat all his wounds. Life isn't as bad as you think. Many things are caused by the demons in your heart. You're not as bad as you think. Just because I helped Xing Xiao. Shinkai sneered coldly. If I had known that I would suffer such torture, I wouldn't have, you knew. You know what kind of person my father is. Shinkai didn't say anything after being directly cut off by Song Qiaoji. Because you trust your brother, Xing Xiao, more from the bottom of your heart. You seem to know the Xing family very well. If you want to deal with an enemy, you have to understand their internal conflicts, don't you? Song Qiaoji's words were also a little sarcastic. You can sleep here today. When you go back tomorrow, think about what I said. I don't understand you. Tang Yan had said the same thing yesterday. There's food in the fridge. If you're hungry, you can eat it yourself. After saying that, Song Qiaoji put away the medical kit, took her bag, and hurried out the door. She was also involved in the kidnapping of Feng Shanshan. Originally, this matter could have been resolved perfectly, but there was a problem with the middle-aged woman. If Tang Yan wanted to pursue the matter, then so be it. However, she didn't worry about this matter because Jinbo would definitely think of a way to suppress it for her. Shinkai touched his wound and sat motionless on the sofa. Because he suddenly realized that other than Gu Ziling's family, he also hated himself the most. Xing Xiao's words of letting bygones be bygones almost made him pay with his life. Chapter 860. Tang Yan had a fever for a day and a night. In the evening, he was transferred to the hospital in Jianchuan. When Professor Tang and Mrs. Tang received the news, they rushed to the hospital. When they saw their nephew in such a state, Professor Tang almost cried. Shanshan, you haven't slept for a day and a night. Now that Tang Yan is back, your aunt and I are here to guard him. You should go back and rest. Professor Tang saw Feng Shanshan's haggard face and quickly persuaded her. Now that Qingbin has been brought to justice and there are so many police officers accompanying him, don't drag yourself down. When the time comes, won't his heart ache? That's right, Shanshan. Go back and pack some clothes for Tang Yan, Mrs. Tang said as she grabbed Feng Shanshan's hand. Feng Shanshan wanted to wait for Tang Yan to wake up, but when she thought of her own condition, she did not insist. Xiao Xing felt guilty about Feng Shanshan being kidnapped, so she walked up to Feng Shanshan and lowered her head. Sister-in-law, I'll send you home. This time, I promise to complete the mission. Okay. Feng Shanshan did not blame her at all. Soon, Xiao Xing sent Feng Shanshan back to the villa. However, when she opened the door, she heard Mu Qiqi's voice behind her. Feng Shanshan turned around and saw her. Her eyes reddened. Mu Qiqi did not say anything. She went forward and hugged her. Who are you trying to scare to death? I'm sorry, I haven't slept well for the past 2 days. Dark circles have appeared under my eyes. It's all your fault. Mu Qiqi gently patted her shoulder. Do you know how much I wanted to come down from above? I tried my best to hold it in. Then, I thought, if this person really doesn't come back, what should I do in the future? Who should I take revenge on? At that moment, Feng Shanshan could not say anything. She could only let Muchichi vent her anger. Because she knew that Muchichi had been suffering for the past 2 days. Then, Feng Shanshan saw Xing Xiao behind Muchichi. She let go of Muchichi and walked up to Xing Xiao. She bowed deeply. "Thank you, CEO Xing." Xing Xiao did not answer. Instead, Muchichi helped her up. "At least you're decent. Come in. I'll go pack some clothes for Tang Yan and get Xiao Xing to bring them over. After confirming that you're fine, I'll go home." Muchichi shook her head. Whenever she brought Feng Shanshan with her, she would feel extremely anxious. She was afraid that Xing Xiao would be threatened like Tang Yan. "Okay, then you can go back. I bought you a new phone. Don't lose it again." Before Muchichi left, she took out her phone from her bag and handed it to Feng Shanshan. "Look at how worried I am. I got it. Let's go back. There are 2 of you now." Muchichi hugged her again before walking up to Xing Xiao. Xing Xiao held her neck and brought her back to the banyan courtyard. In fact, Xing Xiao knew very well that seeing Feng Shanshan go through this made her very panicked and uneasy. "Actually, you don't have to worry so much." Xing Xiao stood behind her and said in a low voice, "Your man is not so easily tricked. But I'll be tricked very easily." Muchichi did not have that confidence in herself. Xing Xiao knew that she felt sorry for him, so he did not say anything else. He took a step forward and held her hand. After accompanying her home, he went out again because he had not heard from Xing Kai for 2 days. If Xing Kai was suspected by Jin Bo, then no matter what method he used to contact Xing Kai, it would only push Xing Kai deeper into the abyss. Although Tang Yan and Jin Bo were the ones who had fought with Qing Bin, the ones who were really competing in the dark were him and Jin Bo. Once Qing Bin died, Jin Bo's fear of him would definitely deepen. Similarly, he had to drag Xing Kai out of the abyss as soon as possible. Muchichi watched Xing Xiao go out. Although she really wanted to see Tang Yan, she did not want to experience such a thrilling separation because she did not believe that she would be lucky enough to be safe. Mama Xing seemed to have seen through her thoughts and said, "Xiao Qi, actually, you don't have to be so nervous." "Mommy, you have to be nervous. There's a 100% chance of an accident happening. Before that person is caught, I'll try my best not to leave the house. Anyway, the outside world is saying that I'm seriously ill. If I go out, wouldn't it attract attention again?" Mama Xing stroked her hair with heartache. "You care too much about 8th brother. Is that so?" "Yes." Mama Xing nodded. "There's nothing wrong with that. I admit it. It was only a few months, not a lifetime." Muchichi did not think of this as so tragic. Besides, weren't all celebrities like this when they got pregnant? She enjoyed it and did not feel that there was anything to feel sorry for. In the afternoon, Zhongteng. Su Che followed Xing Zhao's instructions and went to inquire about Xing Kai. In the end, he found out that Xing Kai had already returned home. He's covered in injuries. He must have been tortured, but Jin Bo let him go. This doesn't seem like Jin Bo's style. Xing Xiao frowned and his expression was fierce. Su Che had been with him for so long, so he more or less knew that this was a sign before he got angry. What does the president plan to do next? "I'll drag Xing Kai back now. Jin Bo will definitely try his best to get rid of him because he already knows a lot of Jin Bo's secrets. Unless he's still useful, Jin Bo won't keep him alive." After saying this, Xing Xiao fell into deep thought. How big of a trap would he have to set for Xing Kai to be safe? Or could it be that he had to figure out what happened 25 years ago and fight Jin Bo head-on? Would there be an end to this matter? Xing Xiao thought that he should go to the Shen family again tonight. After Xingkai was saved by Song Qiaoji and returned home, he saw Jin Bo at home. Because his body was covered in injuries, it helped him hide his emotions, so Jin Bo could not see the fear and disgust on Xingkai's face. Kai, don't blame me for being so strict with you. I'm afraid, I know, Xingkai replied lightly. Come, sit on the sofa. Jin Bo pointed at the sofa and said, I believe you know that Qiaoji is my daughter. If you like her, let her take care of you. She's more considerate than that tigress at home. Godfather, Miss Song is your daughter. I won't have any improper thoughts. It's okay. In a few days, my eldest son will be returning to China. At that time, I'll introduce you to him. Also, I'll announce in public that you're my godson. In the future, I won't let anyone bully you. Thank you, Godfather. Xingkai did not forget Song Qiaoji's instructions. He had to obey him and not disobey him. Only then could he truly save his life. What are you thanking me for? After pretending to care, Jin Bo comforted Xingkai and left his house. Then, Xingkai saw a photo of him and Gu Xiling. Everything started with Gu Xiling's grandfather. Chapter 861. After nightfall, Xing Xiao brought Mu Qiqi back to the Shen family. Old Master Shen saw that the little one looked good. As if presenting a treasure, he led Mu Qiqi to the study and gave her a brocade box. This is my gift for my little great-grandson. Grandpa, you're too stingy. Grandpa Xing knew that I was pregnant, but he said he would give me all of Huang Yao's shares. Mu Qiqi deliberately teased him. How can that be the same? Your grandpa isn't a businessman. He can't take out tens of thousands. If you want it, then take it. If not, then forget it. The old man was angry and turned his back to Mu Qiqi. Mu Qiqi chuckled and hugged the old man's arm. I'll be happy with whatever you give me, Grandpa. Hindsight. So, Grandpa, be more generous. Don't be outdone by your little great-grandson. The old man pouted. He was stunned by this little one's coaxing. Xing Xiao could not help but laugh secretly when he saw this. This little one was actually making fun of her grandfather. Xing Xiao turned around and went to Shen Jinchuan's antique room. He saw that he was wearing a vest and standing in the middle of a pile of antiques. He did not feel out of place at all. Shen Jinchuan returned to his room and asked, Did the matter with Tang Yan go smoothly? It's precisely because it went too smoothly that there's a hidden danger. Xing Xiao looked up at his father-in-law. Xingkai, Shen Jinchuan thought for a moment and sat down on the sofa. This is really a problem. The battle with Jin Bo is just the beginning. I don't know how many years this path will take. Now that Xingkai is stuck in the middle, it's really uncomfortable. Do you have any thoughts? Xing Xiao shook his head. Xingkai has a lot of thoughts and is not easy to control. Even if we set a plan for him today, he will soon be able to overthrow it himself. Brother is yours. You know better than us what kind of person he is. If you really want to pull him back, put him in the most obvious place so that Jin Bo won't have the strength to deal with him. I think this is probably old Master Xing's wish, right? Xing Xiao did not answer, but Shen Jinchuan laughed. It's not strange at all. This is the human heart. After saying this, Shen Jinchuan glanced at Xing Xiao again. All these years, you haven't been forced by old Master Xing into a headstrong personality. You've shouldered the responsibilities of a man well. Xing Xiao turned to Mu Qiqi, who was outside the door. If it hadn't appeared, perhaps he would still be the cynical crown prince. In this life, there would not be much change. Jin Bo's son, you'll be back in a few days, right? So, you don't have to worry. Xingkai's matter lacks an opportunity. He's being suspected now. It's best if you don't care and let Jinbo be completely at ease. Outside the door, Muchichi was very impatient. She poked her head into the room and said, "I've never seen a father-in-law and son-in-law like you. You talk so much. Go out and accompany her," Shen Jianchuan said to Xing Xiao. Xing Xiao nodded slightly and stood up. He was dragged to the sofa by Muchichi, looking angry. "Grandpa, let me tell you, I've found a helper. I don't believe that my master Xiao can't beat you. Eighth brother, let's play." "Don't cry if you lose," Xing Xiao said proudly. After resting in the hospital for 3 days, Tang Yan wanted to get out of bed and walk again. When Feng Shanshan saw him get up, she felt as if a knife was being twisted in her heart. When Feng Shanshan's eyes turned red, Tang Yan could only surrender. "Okay, I won't get out of bed. Do you think you only suffered a few punches? A few of your ribs were clearly broken," Feng Shanshan said as she wiped her tears. "I just want to go to the bathroom. Why didn't you say so earlier? I'll support you." Feng Shanshan's face was completely red as she helped Tang Yan to the bathroom. "You've already seen it. Why are you still shy?" Seeing that she was avoiding him, Tang Yan could not help but want to tease her. "That's different." Feng Shanshan helped him back to the bed. Then, the nurse did her rounds. That night, the entire ward became quiet. Feng Shanshan had been sleeping on the bed next to Tang Yan for the past 2 days, which made him very uncomfortable. "Will you sleep beside me tonight? But you're injured, I just want to hug you. I want to make sure you're by my side," Tang Yan said softly. Feng Shanshan had no ability to resist at all, so she nodded. "Then be gentle. I'm afraid it'll tear your wound." The two of them lay quietly on the bed. Tang Yan took a deep breath behind Feng Shanshan. "Qingbin's matter has finally come to an end." "Okay." Feng Shanshan nodded. "From now on, no one will threaten your safety. You knew that I wasn't in Qingbin's hands, so why did you still go to the appointment?" "Because I want him to die. I don't want innocent people to sacrifice themselves for us." When he said this, Tang Yan's tone was very sharp. Feng Shanshan could not help but tremble. "It's just that I went crazy, but Xing Xiao made me disappear in a reasonable manner. This person is too scary, because he knows that Qingbin is your not. This is the best outcome." Not wanting to mention that name again, Tang Yan hugged Feng Shanshan tightly and said, "Sleep. I'll be by your side, always." Without the threat, Feng Shanshan finally relaxed and had a good night's sleep. Late at night, it was drizzling in Jianchuan. When Muchichi woke up and saw that there was no one beside her, she knew that Xing Xiao was still in the study. So, she put on her coat and quietly pushed open the door of the study. In the room, Xing Xiao was wearing a black shirt. There was an indescribable sexiness to him, especially when he revealed his collarbone. Muchichi felt that she was about to have a nosebleed from this man. "What's the problem? It's so late, and you're still not sleeping." Xing Xiao saw her sitting on him and subconsciously hugged her. "Xing Kai. What happened to Xing Kai? He spread the news and was targeted by Jinbo. He's been tortured for a few days." After Muchichi heard this, she wrapped her arms around Xing Xiao's neck. "My man, right? There's always a way to solve problems. In this world, there's nothing that can't stop him. It's just that you haven't thought of it yet. Your trap is full of tricks and strange tricks. You can even pull Captain Tang back, let alone a mere Xing Kai. Thank you for thinking so highly of me." Xing Xiao looked at this thing and scoffed. "My son and I will cheer for you." "I want a daughter," Xing Xiao answered as he looked at her belly. No, I just want to bully my son. Who told you to always bully me here? My son is like you. I feel comfortable bullying him. You're a medical student. Don't you know that the chances of a son resembling a mother are higher? Mu Chichi was speechless. It was said that a pregnant woman would be stupid for 3 years. She was only 2 months pregnant, and she was already this stupid. But I still want a son. Moreover, I've already chosen a name. Fifth aunt said that the child's name should be grand. I don't think it's grand enough. It has to be domineering, so. If I really have a son, I'll call him Xingbatian. Chapter 862. Xingkai was seriously injured and recuperating at home, but there was no one around to change his dressing. Song Qiaoji knew that he was in such a predicament, so she drove overnight to Xingkai's house. Xingkai opened the door and was surprised. You're a single woman. Isn't it inappropriate for you to go to a married man's house? Song Qiaoji carried the medical kit and didn't seem to hold any grudges. I'm a doctor, and you're a patient. This is a very normal thing to do abroad. Why do you have to hold a grudge? Sit down. Xingkai sat on the sofa and took off his shirt. The densely packed bandages were covered in blood. Song Qiaoji sat down to change his dressing and saw Xingkai tilting his head to look at her from time to time. Song Qiaoji couldn't help but laugh. Are you curious about me? Shouldn't I be? She was Jin Bo's daughter, but she did things that went against Jin Bo in every way. She said that she was a good person, but she also planned to kidnap Feng Shanshan. Xingkai felt that he really couldn't understand this woman. There's no absolute good or bad in this world. I believe you understand this the best. Song Qiaoji treated Xingkai's wounds and then helped him put on his shirt. You can't get wet for the next few days. What are your plans next? Xingkai leaned back and rested his elbows on the sofa. He smiled bitterly. What plans can I have? I'm just meat on someone else's chopping board. Then let me tell you my thoughts. I want to collect evidence of Jin Bo's crimes. Xingkai was taken aback. I'm an undercover police agent. Xingkai didn't say anything. He just looked at Song Qiaoji. How so? It's a long story. I participated in the secret training to avenge my mother. Jin Bo was the person who killed my mother, so I swore that I would definitely find evidence of his crimes. This time, Baisini's case alarmed the higher-ups, so they used my identity to get me to collect more evidence of Jin Bo's crimes. You are his daughter, but you can't even get close to him. He has many daughters, but they're just using him. My status is about the same as Shin Yu's, Song Qiaoji said mockingly. Of course, you can also take credit from my father and tell him that I'm an undercover police agent. I do want to do that, but the consequence is that there won't be anyone to bandage my wounds in the future. Xingkai was very clear. So, in the future, if I need you to act, just cooperate with me. We'll do our best to protect each other. Song Qiaoji put away the medical kit and smiled at Xingkai. If you still want to return to the Xing family. From Jin Bo's attitude towards Song Qiaoji, she was indeed not lying. To Jin Bo, although Song Qiaoji was his daughter, she was still a woman. Women were lethal weapons, nothing else. If there's a chance in the future, I'll tell you more. You should rest today. There are people watching you outside. Thanks. My brother will be back in a few days. You have to deal with him carefully. His name is Song Buji, and he's a very difficult person to deal with. With that, Song Qiaoji picked up the medical kit. I'm leaving. I'll see you off. Xingkai walked Song Qiaoji to the door and watched her drive away. But then, a familiar figure entered his sight. Xingkai, are you so unscrupulous when it comes to women nowadays? Don't forget, we haven't divorced yet. Then let's get divorced, Xingkai answered without thinking. Gu Xiling was flustered and exasperated. She pushed open the door that Xingkai wanted to close. You're doing this for that woman. Gu Xiling, I'm only going to strangle the people of the Gu family to death now. If you still want to live, don't appear in front of me again. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that I won't come and take your grandfather's life one day. Xingkai sat on the sofa, his words filled with warning. Don't be cheap in front of me anymore. Divorce is good for everyone. You think you can divorce just because you want to? I don't agree. I'll send someone to deliver the divorce agreement to you another day. If you don't sign it, I'll cause trouble for your grandfather. Gu Xiling froze for a moment before she was pushed out of the house by Xingkai. Gu Xiling knocked on the door unwillingly, but Xingkai had no intention of paying any attention to her. Xingkai, you bastard. I won't divorce you. Heh, wouldn't they just torture each other to death? In the past few days, the Jianchuan business world had been in a state of turmoil. The financial and education industries had welcomed a formidable opponent. The CEO of the Yeshang Group had shifted his focus to the south. This outstanding person from the financial industry was now going to take root in Jianchuan. His name was Song Buji. Previously, Xing Xiao had asked Su Che to investigate the relationship between Jin Bo and the Song family. But now, there was no need for that. Not only that, but even the relationship between Song Qiaoji and the others had been sorted out. The Song family did not intend to hide anymore. They wanted to show their faces in public and face it head-on. A few days later, the CEO of the Yeshang Group was going to hold a grand reception at Dynasty Hotel. Of course, Zhongting was also invited. After receiving the invitation, Xing Xiao wanted to meet this descendant of the Song family. Xingkai has been resting in the company for the past few days. He'll probably appear at the reception, Su Che said as he stood in front of Xing Xiao. Jin Bo has declared war on the Sheng and Shen families at this reception. So, it's very likely that Xingkai will become a pawn for him to humiliate the Xing family. Xing Xiao sat on the chair and said with mixed emotions. Then, should we set up a trap? How? Wishful thinking. Only now do I feel that he has some temper. Do you think he's so easy to manipulate and listen to advice? But in the end, he still helped you, Su Che said. If he hadn't hinted at that woman, then we wouldn't have been able to save Feng Shanshan. We'll talk about it at the reception. A strong dragon can't suppress a local snake. Even if the Song family is arrogant, they'll have to ask me first. After all, Jin Bo didn't get any benefits a few times. What about young madam? I'll tell her about this, but she won't go. Now that she was sick, there was no need to cause more trouble. This was also Mu Qiqi's own intention. Actually, Mu Qiqi also knew that there had been new people appearing in Jianchuan recently. After all, the newspapers and news were all on the front page. But that was not something she should ask about. She was too busy with the handicrafts at home. Xiao Qi, don't you think it's weird to match red and blue? Mama Xing frowned when she saw her holding 2 balls of brightly colored wool. Really? Mu Qiqi was stunned for a moment. I think it's pretty good. You're really a science student. Mama Xing glared at her and replaced the 2 balls of wool in her hands with light pink and light blue. Isn't this much more comfortable? Mu Qiqi was stunned for a moment. She hesitated. So I'm really not suitable for this. Who was the one who vowed to make toys for the baby? My poor Badian. Sigh. Mu Qiqi could not help but feel sad when she thought about how she did not have any artistic talent. Who's Badian? Mama Xing did not understand. Mu Chi pointed at her lower abdomen. The one inside. Chapter 863. When Xing Xiao returned home, he saw such a scene. Mu Chi was squatting beside Papa Xing and watching him paint. At the same time, she also learned what aesthetics were. Eighth brother, you're back. Mama Xing looked at her son with a smile. Xing Xiao did not understand and frowned slightly. However, he saw Mama Xing take out a few semi-finished products and give them to Xing Xiao. Your son is blessed. The semi-finished products in her hands were either strange in color or strange in workmanship. Anyway, none of them were normal. Even if he thought with his toes, he would know whose masterpiece this was. The shockingly ugly cufflinks back then were her masterpiece. Of course, other than the set of bookmarks, they were still well-behaved and did not make any big mistakes. Mu Chi saw that Xing Xiao was holding a few things in his hands and her face immediately turned red. I'm not done yet. Stop. Don't waste resources, Xing Xiao advised her mercilessly. But, I shouldn't have believed that you can make anything good. Your hands are only beautiful when you cut up corpses. Mu Chi pursed her lips and did not say anything. It's not the first time you know what kind of woman you are. Xing Xiao took the things to the study, but he shamelessly placed the semi-finished products on his desk. When Mu Chi saw this, the corners of her mouth twitched. It's so ugly. Why did you put it there? It can still be salvaged. Xing Xiao took off his coat and sat in front of the desk. Since it's a toy for the child, I should also contribute. How can you be any better than me? Mu Chi did not believe it. Feeling sleepy, she fell asleep in Xing Xiao's arms. Xing Xiao hugged her helplessly with one hand, but there was nothing he could do. He could only let these things be ugly for now. In a few days, he would not be able to bring these things to the Yeshang group reception. Su Che suggested bringing his secretary, but when he thought about how someone else was hanging on his arm, Xing Xiao immediately rejected it. I'll go alone. This was because he had mental cleanliness. He only recognized this one thing in his life, so there was no room for others to touch any part of his body. 2 days later, Xing Kai really sent Gu Xiling the divorce agreement. When Mama Gu saw it, she was very happy. Hurry up and sign it. That piece of trash will let you live. Thank God. However, Gu Xiling was dismissive. Mom, I won't sign it. It's all because of him that I became like this. Now he wants to kick me away and find a new lover. This is impossible. Can't you see that he's going crazy and wants to hit someone? How long are you going to continue wasting time with him? Mama Gu was puzzled. You don't have any feelings for him. Why bother? It's true that I don't have feelings for you, but I'm not willing to give up. After that, Gu Xiling tore the divorce agreement into pieces. I will never get a divorce in this life, never. Mama Gu let out a long sigh. She felt that her daughter was probably crazy. Gu Xiling also felt that she was crazy, but so what? I'm going to contact the woman who came to me that day. I'm going to ask her why she seduced a married man. Gu Xiling waited at Xing Kai's door for 2 days and 2 nights. That night, she saw Song Qiaoji drive to Xing Kai's door with a medical kit. Then, Xing Kai opened the door and brought her in. Gu Xiling was about to go crazy when she saw this scene. The person who went in also knew that someone was watching outside the door. When Song Qiaoji took out the gauze and medicine, she asked Xing Kai, "Aren't you afraid that your wife will misunderstand? I've already sent her the divorce agreement." Xing Kai took off his shirt, revealing the hideous wounds on his body. But I don't think she thinks so. Song Qiaoji sat beside Xing Kai and used a pair of scissors to remove the gauze for him. I think you can be more decisive. Xing Kai was a little strange and tilted his head to look at Song Qiaoji. I know who she is and what kind of person she is. Even if you're on the verge of death, she'll only quarrel with you, cause trouble for you, and trample on your self-esteem, right? Song Qiaoji concluded. You know very well what kind of dangerous place you're in now. Don't let these feelings drag you down. Xing Kai's mind was very clear. I understand. If you need anything, you can ask me for help. Xing Kai didn't say anything, but deep in his heart, he wanted such warmth. Especially during this period of time, Song Qiaoji had been caring about him. However, he was afraid that Song Qiaoji would be the second abyss. Moreover, the relationship between Song Qiaoji and Jin Bo was too complicated. He was alone and probably didn't have the ability to interfere at all. Why aren't you saying anything? I think we should keep our distance. When Song Qiaoji heard this, she immediately laughed. It's really rare for you to be able to remain clear-headed when I deliberately approached you with a vague attitude. However, if you're with me, my father will trust you more. Why did you approach me? I'm just a scapegoat. I don't have any power or influence, and I can't help you complete your mission. Besides, I don't have the ability. I think you've suffered a lot from that woman. She shouldn't be by your ear. Stop talking about your incompetence, right? Song Qiaoji smiled. You secretly helped Xing Xiao and helped him save Feng Shanshan. This is your ability. Xing Kai didn't reply, but Song Qiaoji's words stirred up 1,000 waves in his heart. If you leave her, you'll be reborn. A bug like Gu Xiling should be left to rot on her own. Song Qiaoji bluntly evaluated Gu Xiling in front of Xing Kai. The medicine has been changed. Rest. My brother will be back tomorrow, and Jianchuan will be bloody again. Xing Kai nodded and watched as Song Qiaoji got up. When she was about to leave, he asked, What do I have to do to be considered as truly getting close to Jin Bo? You can't afford that price. After saying this, Song Qiaoji closed the door. Outside the door, Gu Xiling and Song Qiaoji looked at each other. The first thing she said was, He's really impotent. You've only been in there for less than 20 minutes. Miss Gu, let's talk. Since they were going to fight head-on, Song Qiaoji didn't run away. What identity do you use to talk to me? Xing Kai's future wife. What do you think? Song Qiaoji smiled. Get in the car. Let's go drink something nearby. Gu Xiling's expression was very ugly, but she was also deeply provoked by Song Qiaoji. The two of them found a cafe nearby and chose the most inconspicuous booth. I won't agree to a divorce. That's not up to you, Song Qiaoji said. Do you believe it? As long as I tell your grandfather, he'll ask you to sign it immediately. Who, exactly are you? Chapter 864. You're despicable and shameless. You might not know this, but Xing Kai is impotent and can't have children. Perfect. Song Qiaoji stirred the coffee in her cup with a natural expression. I'm a doctor, and I specialize in treating infertility. You. As she spoke, Gu Xiling wanted to slap Song Qiaoji, but Song Qiaoji easily grabbed her wrist. Haven't you done enough harm to him? In the past, when he was in the Xing family, you provoked and instigated all kinds of things to drive a wedge between him and his family. Later, when he came to the Gu family, you humiliated him and even pushed him into the abyss. Your Gu family doesn't treat him as a human at all. Instead of that, you might as well give him to me. I just lack a wolf dog that needs to be tamed. Gu Xiling was so angry that her entire body was trembling, and her eyes were filled with hatred. I know that Xing Kai is like your toy. Even if it's broken, old, and has lost its freshness, he's still yours. If you let go of him immediately, you'll definitely feel uncomfortable. It's okay. I'll let you know what it means to let go. After saying that, Song Xiaoji stood up from the opposite side. Also, even if he's impotent, I can cure him. By the way, I have a lot of powerful men here. If you need them, I can introduce them to you. Gu Xiling really did not expect that even a man like Xing Kai would one day be snatched from her. Xing Xiao was one thing, but now someone was snatching Xing Kai from her. Did they think she was a pushover? Was she that easy to bully? Sorry, she was just that easy to bully. After Song Xiaoji returned home, she said to Jin Bo, "Dad, I like Xing Kai. Why don't you take him in as your son-in-law?" Jin Bo looked at her in disbelief. Are you serious? Of course. Didn't Dad not believe in him? Let him marry me. This way, we can prevent him from returning to the Xing family. Isn't that killing two birds with one stone? But, you deserve better. Song Xiaoji despised him in her heart. This person was still acting. She knew that Jin Bo had already verbally betrothed her to Xing Kai. No need. I like Xing Kai's type. Moreover, I can help Dad supervise and make up for his previous mistake. Jin Bo thought about it and felt that it was not bad, so he said, "All right then, who asked my daughter to like it? Who asked my daughter to like him?" Early the next morning, Grandpa Gu received a call from Jin Bo asking Gu Xiling to sign the divorce papers. "Mr. Jin, why is that?" "Because my daughter likes Xing Kai." Grandpa Gu's expression changed slightly, but he did not struggle and said, "I'll go do Xiling's work." Gu Xiling never expected that Song Xiaoji's phone call would actually come true. What Gu Xiling did not expect was that her grandfather would force her to divorce because of a phone call from an outsider. Otherwise, he would lock her up at home forever and ground her until she died. Xiling, let go. Grandpa can help you find a better man. Xing Kai is nothing. Since Mr. Jin's daughter likes it, you should give it to her. Isn't that incompetent? Gu Xiling sat on the carpet at home, feeling cold all over. It's already like this. Can I still not sign it? I hope that the adulterous couple dies without a burial. After saying this, Gu Xiling wrote her name on the divorce agreement and ran back to her room in tears. Xing Kai had sent countless copies of the divorce agreement. Finally, there was one with Gu Xiling's name written on it. This ill-fated relationship had finally come to an end. Then, Jin Bo called Xing Kai. On the phone, he was as amiable as usual. "Ah Kai, don't call me godfather in the future. Call me dad like Xiaoji." Xing Kai did not understand. In short, Dad is happy for you. After hearing this, Xing Kai understood why Gu Xiling was willing to sign it. Song Xiaoji had probably put in a lot of effort into it. So, after hanging up with Jin Bo, he called Song Xiaoji. "What did you say to Godfather? Isn't it good for us to be together?" Song Xiaoji said calmly. "I'll let you have dignity." Xing Kai had no idea why Song Xiaoji was doing this. However, the only thing that made him feel relaxed and relieved was that he finally had nothing to do with the Gu family. Brother is back. I'll take you to have a meal with him. Xing Kai did not say anything. This meal was unavoidable. Tomorrow was the Yeshang group reception. Late at night the night before, Xing Xiao brought Mu Qiqi out to the hospital. Tang Yan was injured and she had yet to show her face. She was still worried, so she begged Xing Xiao to let her show her face. At 11:00 at night, Xing Xiao appeared in Tang Yan's ward. Mu Qiqi poked her head in. "Captain Tang, Feng Shanshan had gone home to rest." Old Qing was guarding Tang Yen. When he saw Mu Chi-Chi, he was stunned. Chi-Chi, aren't you seriously ill? Yes, I have an infectious disease. I've been quarantined for a long time, so I came out to get some fresh air. Nonsense. Old Qing glared at her. It's true that you're sick, but you're not bedridden every day. Mu Chi-Chi teased him and then explained. How's Captain Tang? Much better. That's good. Mu Chi-Chi saw that although Tang Yen was wrapped in gauze, his mind did not seem to have any major problems. When Tang Yen saw Xing Xiao, he remembered something. He turned his head and said to Old Qing, Take Chi-Chi out for a minute. I have something to say to CEO Xing. Old Qing was stunned for a moment before he nodded. Let's go, Chi-Chi. They're going to talk about secrets again. Mu Chi-Chi did not care about it in the past, so she smiled. There's nothing to talk about with Captain Tang. I might as well talk to senior brother Qing. After saying that, the two of them reached the door, and Mu Chi-Chi put on her hat. Right now, all of you are acting all mysterious. Mu Chi-Chi shrugged and did not think much of it. In the ward, Tang Yen propped himself up and looked at Xing Xiao. Song Qiaoji should be an undercover police agent. How do you know? I've thought about it from the beginning to the end, and I feel that there are many things that I can't understand. For example, she clearly caught someone, so why did she hide Shanshan upstairs? Another example is that she received Jean Bo's order to kidnap Shanshan, but she didn't tell Jean Bo where Shanshan was hiding. So, I concluded that she actually wanted to protect Shanshan. If she fell into the hands of Qing Bin and Jean Bo, it's impossible for Shanshan to still be intact. Is there any other evidence? Xing Xiao asked again. When I threatened her, she warned me not to investigate Bai Sini's case anymore. She said that someone had already taken over. I'm telling you this because I think that Xing Kai's situation might not be that bad. Xing Xiao also expressed his opinion to Tang Yen. Song Qiaoji is Jean Bo's daughter. Why would she help the police? This woman is unfathomable. I'll observe her carefully. Chapter 865. Tang Yen said this because they had almost lost their lives when Feng Shanshan was kidnapped. If something happened to Mu Chi-Chi, she did not know how crazy the man in front of her would be. Half an hour later, the two of them returned. Mu Chi-Chi could not resist the reminder of her biological clock and fell asleep in Xing Xiao's arms. When she woke up, it was already 1 a.m, but when she turned around, there was no man beside her. Mu Chi-Chi got up and tiptoed to the study. She saw Xing Xiao rolling up his sleeves and fixing her damaged work. He had to work during the day and accompany her at night. This man had almost no time for himself. Mu Chi-Chi took a deep breath. Not wanting to disturb him, she went back to her room and lay on the bed, pretending not to see anything. The next morning, Mu Chi-Chi deliberately woke up early. When he went to the study and saw the little puppet that Xing Xiao had completed, he happily held it in his hand and looked for the man everywhere. However, he saw Xing Xiao putting on his shirt in the cloakroom. When did you do it? What Xing Xiao wanted to see was Mu Chi-Chi's excitement. There was a faint smile on his lips. With magic. Mu Chi-Chi didn't expose him. She was so excited that she couldn't control herself. Satisfied with Mu Chi-Chi's happiness, Xing Xiao put on a dark double-breasted suit and a black and white tie. Mu Chi-Chi was a little puzzled after looking at it. What kind of formal occasion is this? I'm attending the Yeshang group's reception today. I'll be home late tonight. Don't wait for me. Xing Xiao took the opportunity to hug her and remind her. Is it a nouveau riche who came back from overseas? Cultivate your character at home. Don't ruin your handicrafts. Xing Xiao did not answer her question. He just kissed the top of her head and sighed. Be good. How am I not obedient? Mu Chichi muttered. There are many beautiful women at the banquet. Don't look too much, idiot. Xing Xiao let go of Mu Chichi after scolding her and went down the stairs. He would definitely see Xing Kai at the reception today, and Jin Bo would definitely think of ways to humiliate the Xing family. At noon, it was drizzling. Song Qiaoji went to Changrong to pick up Xing Kai and then went to the airport to welcome Song Buji. Because of the injury on his face, Xing Kai focused on being his driver. A moment later, he saw a man in a beige trench coat walk out of the airport, surrounded by a group of subordinates. Song Qiaoji immediately got out of the car to welcome him. Brother, Song Buji wasn't too tall. He was close to 1.8 meters, but he had a strong aura that made it difficult for people to approach him. Hearing Song Qiaoji shout, Song Buji took off his glasses and glanced at her. After confirming that it was his sister, he said to the secretary beside him, "Take care of Mississippi. I'll be leaving first." "Okay, Manager Song." The secretary answered while walking. Song Qiaoji chased after him, but she was stopped by the secretary. "Miss, CEO Song wants to be alone, so you guys can eat lunch by yourselves. There's no need to wait for him. Is he going to the banquet tonight?" "After seeing Sir, he will go directly." "Miss, don't worry." "All right then." Song Qiaoji did not force him. She and Song Buji were not close. Therefore, after returning to the car, she heaved a sigh of relief. "Let's go home. There's no lunch." Xing Kai was a little confused. Jin Bo only has his son in his eyes, so it's normal for him to look down on me, his sister. When we meet, we just exchange pleasantries. Xing Kai nodded and did not ask any more questions. Even his own daughter could be isolated outside. What kind of person was he as his godson? "Then, do you not have to attend tonight's banquet?" "Of course not. Zhongting is also invited tonight. Do you think my father will let go of this opportunity? He'll definitely bring you along to show off. You're his godson now." Xing Kai thought about it and felt that he could not deny it. Indeed, this was his role. It sounded nice in name, but in reality, he was just a scapegoat. However, compared to my powerful brother, I believe in CEO Xing even more. Jianchuan is his territory. It's not my brother's turn to behave atrociously. Just wait for a good show tonight. You know Xing Xiao well. Xing Kai's words were unclear, but there was a hint of jealousy in them. Song Qiaoji heard it and smiled. "I just believe in justice, right? I know that you were the one who did something to Gu Xiling. What exactly do you want from me? I'm useless to you. You're thinking too much. I just don't want innocent people to be sacrificed. That's why I teamed up with you. If one day, I go to Jin Bo's office to steal something, at least there's someone who can cover for me." Song Qiaoji was very calm. "What are you going to steal?" "I'm not sure. It might be a list, or it might be evidence of a crime." How difficult was it to get close to Jin Bo? Xing Kai knew very well that even Xing Xiao was on guard against him. How could he rely on Song Qiaoji alone? How could he complete such a mission? "I know you'll think that it's almost impossible, but opportunities always come." "You're risking your life," Xing Kai said with certainty. Xing Kai said with certainty. He remembered very clearly that on the day Shin Yu died, his entire body was trembling. "So, you can still stay away from me and not be dragged into a deeper hell by me." Xing Kai did not say anything. He just sped up. This woman was very strange, giving off an indescribable sense of mystery. However, she was gentle, unlike Gu Xiling, who only knew how to complain and blame. Xing Kai, do you believe it? Xing Xiao is thinking of a way to drag you out. If there's really a chance, you should run away. Run far away. Xing Kai still did not say anything because he had a premonition that his life would be closely related to this woman. Go back. I'll choose a fitting suit for you. It's a big scene tonight. On this day, Mu Chi-Chi was sitting at home. She was very upset. Because she really wanted to go to the cocktail party with Xing Xiao. Because every time, this man could amaze the world in all kinds of occasions. She wanted to see the most handsome side of him. However, she could not help but worry. Xing Xiao must be hiding more and more things from her. She had originally thought that she would not pay attention to these things since she was pregnant, but when Xing Xiao really went to the banquet, she was stunned. She really did not know what her man had been doing recently. Fortunately, she still had her secretary as a spy. However, what surprised her was that Xing Xiao did not bring his secretary with him at all. Instead, he brought Su Che. The dignified President Xing actually did not bring a female companion to an event. President Xing doesn't bring a female companion because of you, madam. He doesn't want others to hold his arm. Was that so? Mu Chi-Chi could not help but smile sweetly. But, madam, how are you? I've wanted to come and see you for a long time, but I was too busy. It's fine, it's fine. I just need to rest. Mu Chi-Chi quickly comforted the secretary. This secretary was really cute. Chapter 866. You're exaggerating. You should find a boyfriend. It's true. The secretary sent a sad emoji. And madam, I heard that this Yashang group reception is for the president. I wonder what he'll encounter if he goes. I really want to see him kill everyone. Come for Master Xiao. What for? Come to suffer. Master Xiao has become a father. If he keeps a low profile, he won't be Master Xiao anymore. Mu Chi-Chi was not worried about this at all. Don't worry about it. I'm sleepy. I'm going to sleep. The secretary looked at Mu Chi-Chi's message. Why did she feel that Mu Chi-Chi was not sick at all? Instead, she was enjoying herself. Then, the secretary told Xing Xiao about Mu Chi-Chi's message over the phone. Xing Xiao was already on his way to the reception. When he heard about that thing from the secretary, he could not help but feel that it was very interesting. Because of the rain, Jianchuan had already entered the night. Although it was almost summer, the drizzle also brought a chill. At that moment, guests were entering the Dynasty Hotel one after another. The local businessmen gathered in groups of 3 to 5 to discuss this menacing Songbuji. I haven't even seen him yet, but I've already heard the news in the newspapers that he's going to become the #1 in Jianchuan within a year. I've never seen such an arrogant person. Even Xing Xiao didn't boast like this back then. This is clearly aimed at Xing Xiao. I heard that the CEO of Yashang Group is also a big shot. Perhaps he really can't compete with Xing Xiao. After all, Xing Xiao has been keeping a low profile for the past 2 years. Maybe he really can't play anymore. The last time Xing Xiao kept a low profile, Zhongting wasn't even established yet. Wave after wave of discussion made the banquet extremely lively. After that, Song Buji was the first to appear. He had an imposing appearance and an extraordinary aura. Just looking at his cold face made it hard to get close to him. Although his height was passable, he was indeed a big shot. Not many people present knew what kind of person Song Buji was and what kind of personality he had. Furthermore, it was obvious that his social skills had reached the pinnacle of perfection. In just a short while, he had left a good impression on the guests. Especially when he was abroad and had the experience of interacting with the royal family, this made people feel that he was unreachable. Not long after, Jin Bo brought Song Xiaoji and Xing Kai into the venue. Naturally, no one had heard of this person before, but Song Buji introduced him to outsiders. "This is my father, Song Jiang." It was Jin Bo's real name, Song Jiang. Other than the people around Deputy Mayor Liang, almost no one had seen Jin Bo's activities. Therefore, they thought that he had returned from abroad. However, they did not know that he had already stirred up a lot of trouble in Jianchuan. But the most surprising thing was still Xing Kai. As a member of the Xing family, Xing Kai was actually following Song Jiang. After falling out with the Xing family, he suddenly took over Changrong Electronics, and now he was with the Song family. What was going on? Song Xiaoji generously hugged Xing Kai's arm without any hesitation. This added a lot of gossip to Xing Kai. He has a family. Why didn't he bring Miss Gu with him? The two of them have always been rumored to be at odds. It's normal that Xing Kai doesn't want to bring her out. When Xing Kai heard this, his back stiffened. However, Song Xiaoji comforted him. There's no need to care about this. However, in the eyes of others, Song Jiang had even brought Xing Kai. Wasn't it obvious that he was trying to slap the Xing family's face? No one knew how the insufferably arrogant Xing Xiao would feel if he saw this. The banquet was filled with toasts. Even the annual award ceremony was not as lively as this. In the luxurious hall, the music concealed the surging undercurrents. At 7:15 p.m., a black Bentley stopped at the entrance of the hotel. Then, Su Che got out of the car with an umbrella and welcomed Xing Xiao. Many guests stood by the windows on the second floor. When they saw Xing Xiao appear, they thought that the climax was about to come. They were watching a good show. Raindrops occasionally fell on Xing Xiao's shoulder. Su Che gently flicked them away for him. The two of them entered the hotel together. Then, they started discussing. Rumor has it that the little bride of the Xing family is sick, and she's seriously ill. Seeing that Xing Xiao didn't even bring a female companion with him, it's probably true. I still think that CEO Xing is much more pleasing to the eye. His height is a sore point. The women present couldn't help but discuss Xing Xiao and Song Buji's appearance. CEO Xing's temperament is obviously superior to CEO Song's. Xing Xiao didn't have the time to care about the gossip because when he went up to the second floor, he saw Song Buji coming up to him. I've long heard of CEO Xing's reputation. Now that I've met you today, you're indeed extraordinary. Song Buji reached out his hand, but Xing Xiao clearly had no intention of shaking it. CEO Song, you're too polite. Compared to the Song family's recent limelight, I'm inferior. Song Buji retracted his right hand. He wasn't angry. He wiped it with a handkerchief and said, CEO Xing, you're really not polite. It's a humiliation to be polite to a talented student like CEO Song. When Song Buji heard this, he laughed. He felt like he had met his match. However, while no one was paying attention, Song Buji leaned close to Xing Xiao and whispered, "Why don't you let sister-in-law out? She's sick." "Is that so?" "I think she's not sick. It's just that CEO Xing hit her." "Actually, CEO Xing doesn't have to be so afraid. After all, I won't do anything to a cute beauty." Xing Xiao smiled faintly and was unmoved. My wife is picky. After all, not every occasion is worth attending. But I've admired her for a long time. I heard that she's amazing with a scalpel. If there's a chance, CEO Xing, you must let me get to know her. To the bystanders, this sentence was already a blatant provocation. If it had been anyone else, they would have flown into a rage out of humiliation. However, this man who was as steady as Mount Tai was Xing Xiao. Don't forget that he was once like Song Buji. He was cynical and deliberately provoked other people's weaknesses. So, could he not handle it? However, he calmly tidied up his sleeves and replied, "Then you'll have to put in some effort because she only likes to appear in places where there are dead people." When everyone heard this, there was only one word: admiration. Basically, no one had ever succeeded in challenging CEO Xing's ability to deal with all kinds of changes. It's really interesting to chat with CEO Xing. Song Buji revealed a strong interest. He did not admit defeat. In any case, it was just a small test to see if this legendary man was really that difficult to deal with. Now, it seemed that the rumors were not lies. Chapter 867. Song Buji's words seemed to have ignited the flames of war once again. However, Xing Xiao was also a strong fighter. He was not afraid of such provocation at all. Is that so? Then I really have to thank the Song family for treating my second brother as a distinguished guest. After all, everyone is a saint. Who can be free from mistakes? There will also be times when a family member is lost, but I believe that the dark clouds will disperse one day, and second brother will come home one day. Because sooner or later, the Song family will be settled again, won't they? After hearing this, Song Buji was slightly stunned. Then, he laughed. CEO Xing, you really have a glib tongue. You won't suffer any losses. My other abilities are also not bad. You can try them another day, CEO Song. At the sight of that, the people who had been worried for Xing Xiao finally relaxed their brow. Even though Xing Xiao was already 30 years old and had a family and a career, he was still as black-bellied and difficult to deal with as before. He had thought that the Song family would have the upper hand with the Xing family's second son in their hands. However, in front of Xing Xiao, they did not have any advantages and were still at a disadvantage. I joked with CEO Xing a lot just now. Please don't take offense. You're a distinguished guest tonight. Please take a seat. From the beginning to the end, Xing Xiao was extraordinarily calm because he knew that tonight's show had not really begun. Not far away, Xing Kai stood beside Song Jiang. The injuries on his face were especially obvious. Their gazes occasionally met, but Xing Kai was unwilling to look into Xing Zhao's eyes. Because tonight, he was meat placed on the grill. What he had to face was discussion and mockery from all directions. Calm down. Don't lose your composure, Song Qiaoji reminded him in his ear. You're not the one being humiliated, so you naturally don't have to panic. What good will it do me if you're humiliated? I'll be by your side, Song Qiaoji said gently. Xing Kai was slightly surprised, but then he relaxed a little. It wasn't like he had never fought with Xing Xiao before. What happened now? He couldn't do it anymore. Song Jiang brought Xing Kai around to greet the guests. From time to time, he would talk about his beloved godson. However, everyone knew that Xing Kai was a member of the Xing family and had fallen out with the Xing family to the point of irreconcilable enmity. By doing this, Song Jiang was looking down on the Xing family. A moment later, Song Buji introduced Song Jiang. This is my father, Song Jiang. Song Jiang looked at Xing Xiao with a smile. He always looked kind on the surface, but he probably didn't even know how many evil things he had done in secret. Xing Xiao also smiled faintly and said, "We've met before, haven't we, old Mr. Song?" There was a hidden meaning in Xing Xiao's words. Those who were not involved would not understand it at all. Song Jiang really liked Xing Xiao's extraordinary bearing, so he said, "With a grandson like CEO Xing, the old man of the Xing family can really spend his old age in peace. You are a VIP today. You must have a few drinks later. By the way, Xing Kai, come here and say hello to Chief Xing." Song Jiang turned around and said to Xing Kai. Xing Kai knew that he couldn't avoid it, so he took 2 steps forward and stood beside Song Jiang. He looked at Xing Xiao with an unreadable expression in his eyes. CEO Xing, long time no see. The old man has been talking about you a lot recently. When you're done playing, go home. Xing Xiao was uncharacteristically not sarcastic, and not hostile. He was originally the younger brother, but he spoke softly to Xing Kai like an older brother. It was precisely because of his attitude that Xing Kai had a way out. Xing Kai had thought that he was going to be burned by the flames, but Xing Xiao's rain had moistened his heart. CEO Song's family is in the education and finance business, so you can learn a lot. With a godfather to take care of you, I won't have to worry. Don't you think so, old Mr. Song? Song Jiang did not expect Xing Xiao to do this. He had been showing off outside for a long time, but he did not expect Xing Xiao to end it with a mischievous brother running away from home. Ah, Kai is very outstanding. As his godfather, I have high hopes for him. Then I'll have to trouble you, old Mr. Song. Xing Xiao acted as if he was entrusting a task to him and acted like a big family. Then, he said to Xing Kai, of course, if you want to go home, just tell me. The 2 brothers seemed to have returned to their original state. There was no hostility or fighting. However, Xing Kai knew that since he was on Song Jiang's side, he had to show his attitude and take the initiative to attack. Otherwise, when he was schemed against, he would not even have the right to speak. Therefore, he sneered and said sarcastically, I still can't forget everything that happened in the Xing family. CEO Xing, you've forgotten it quite quickly. There's no place for me in that family. Everyone's fate is in Chief Xing's hands. Go home. My home is in the Song family. It was Godfather who gave me a chance to be reborn. Since the Xing family doesn't want me, why put on an act now? So, I won't forget everything that the Xing family has done to me. I won't dare to forget. Xing Kai's sharp answer pushed Xing Xiao to a whole new level. Song Jiang blinked. He did not expect Xing Kai to surprise him at such a time. Look at Xing Xiao. Could he still say a word after being criticized by his own brother? Everyone watched the atmosphere nervously. They watched the undercurrent between the 2 brothers. Could the Song family really be able to suppress Xing Xiao? However, Xing Xiao chuckled and maintained his demeanor as the elder. It's good that you remember it. I remember this hatred back then. With Zhongting today, if your Changrong can also advance by leaps and bounds, I think it's worth it for you to remember this hatred. Xing Xiao. Shoo. Xing Xiao made a shushing gesture to remind him to stop. Old Mr. Song and CEO Song are both modest gentlemen. Since you've learned everything, why don't you learn more patience? Or could it be that you haven't improved at all after going to Changrong Electronics for a few months? Even so, I don't think the Song family treats you very well as an adopted son. Speaking of which, I also thought of something. The employees of Changrong Electronics don't seem to have good mental fortitude. If you really want to improve, I'll lend you Zhongting's team to try. The Song family started out in education and finance. How could they not help you with this? In just a few words, his words were sharp. Xing Xiao not only brought up by Sini's case, but also revealed the Song family's original intention of controlling Xing Kai. Since they wanted to provoke him, they couldn't blame him for being vicious with his words. After all, he was a righteous person. Why would he be afraid of those crooked ways? Song Jiang's expression changed. He knew that Xing Kai couldn't provoke Xing Xiao anymore. Otherwise, things might really get out of hand. CEO Xing, this is a huge misunderstanding. How can you 2 quarrel on such an occasion? We're all family. Xing Xiao lowered his head, his brows sharp. However, when he raised his head, he looked at Song Jiang. The meaning of his question was very obvious. Was he not going to play anymore? The corner of Song Jiang's mouth twitched. He finally understood how difficult Xing Xiao was to deal with. Chapter 868. Ah Kai, accompany Xiaoji for a walk and get to know uncle. Song Jiang quickly sent the hateful Xing Kai away. Yes, godfather. Xing Kai turned around and held Song Xiaoji's hand. The two of them walked out of the banquet hall to get some fresh air. Did you do it on purpose just now? Song Xiaoji leaned against the fence and asked. If I didn't do that, how would godfather believe that I hate the Xing family? Xing Kai raised his head and allowed the cold wind to pour into his limbs. He can handle it anyway. Your younger brother is really a god. He can handle such a scene so easily. Song Xiaoji had seen it clearly just now. She was amazed by Xing Xiao's adaptability, eloquence, and aura. Any woman would choose him, right? Song Xiaoji was slightly stunned. She could hear the underlying meaning in his words and chuckled. Look, when you men are jealous, don't you also say things without thinking? Xing Xiao is indeed a dragon among men. He's rare, but I don't like a perfect god like him. Xing Kai's expression was a little unnatural. After a while, he said softly, that woman once told me that she likes the strongest man. I don't have a hero complex. I just feel that every soul is extraordinary, don't you think? Song Xiaoji's smile did have the ability to heal people. Xing Kai unconsciously fell into it, but he knew that he shouldn't have. With Xing Xiao's capital, he should have a lot of women, but he likes a little girl. I've seen her before, Song Xiaoji said. The girl who accompanied Feng Shanshan to the prenatal checkup feels like the same kind of person as Xing Xiao. She's not someone to be trifled with. Xing Kai let himself be drenched in the drizzle for a while to regain his senses. Then, he said to Song Xiaoji, go in. Whether it's sarcasm or humiliation tonight, I'll accept it all. At the cocktail party, Xing Xiao and Song Buji inevitably fought with words. However, according to Xing Xiao's level, not only was Song Buji not tall enough, but his eloquence was also inferior. Although the guest had to follow the host's wishes, Xing Xiao had no intention of giving in at all. However, Song Buji was extremely competitive. The more Xing Xiao refused to give in, the more he saw Xing Xiao as his opponent. However, this situation was soon interrupted by a phone call. Xing Xiao's face softened when he saw that it was the little one's call. He was a completely different person from the fierce look he had just now. Then, he said to the guest who was chatting with him, sorry, I have to take a call. After that, he left the crowd and walked towards the hotel garden. When Song Buji saw this, he smiled with interest. It was not a good thing for a man like Xing Xiao to care so much about a woman. Because people were most afraid of having a weakness, and Xing Xiao's weakness was not small. In the garden, Xing Xiao held his phone and felt a little helpless. He had already said that he would be back late tonight when he left in the morning. The party would not end until 10 o'clock. However, as soon as he picked up the call, this thing asked him, I miss you. When are you coming back? Xing Xiao raised his hand to look at his watch. It was only a little past 8. This thing was clearly intentional. There's still a while left. It's so boring to face those people. Master Xiao, your son told you to go home quickly. At least 9 o'clock. But there's thunder at home. Mom and Dad aren't back yet. I'm afraid to be alone at home. Xing Xiao was speechless. This person was not afraid of rotting corpses or exploding heads, but she was afraid of thunder. Stop fooling around. I'll try my best. With that, Xing Xiao hung up and returned to the guests. When Song Bujit saw this, he walked up to Xing Xiao and smiled warmly. I knew Madam Xing wasn't sick. I was right. CEO Song, do you always rely on intuition? That's not a good habit, Xing Xiao replied. Speaking of which, Xing Kai still owes my father a cup of tea. CEO Xing, you have to witness it. Xing Xiao did not pay attention to what Song Buji had said because he could vaguely hear the sound of thunder. In the afternoon, Mama Xing had indeed said that she would go to the class reunion with Papa Xing that night, so the little one was the only one at home. Thinking of this, Xing Xiao put down the champagne in his hand and said to Song Buji, I think it's better for you to test me next time. There's still a long way to go, isn't there? My wife isn't feeling well today, so I'll take my leave first. We'll meet often in the future, so I won't say goodbye. Is Madam Xing really sick? What does it have to do with you? With that, Xing Xiao gestured to Su Che, and the two of them walked out of the banquet hall together. When the guests saw this, they could not help but be surprised. Why is Xing Xiao leaving? Rumor has it that the little bride is seriously ill. It should have something to do with her, a guest guessed. That's true. She's his favorite. What's there to care about at the banquet? A few words of discussion followed Xing Xiao's figure and disappeared into the night. The rain tonight did not seem to have any intention of stopping. Song Jiang could not help but sigh. He had originally prepared a new program to see Xing Xiao's reaction, but in the end, he had left just like that. However, it did not matter. There was still a long way to go. However, Xing Kai's tea still had to be offered. He had to kneel down and call him godfather for it to count. It was only 8:30 in the night. Mu Chi-chi was alone at home, sighing. Although she was not really afraid of thunder, she could not help but feel uncomfortable when she was alone in such a big house. She had wanted to call Feng Shanshan or Lu Qianqian to relieve her boredom, but at that moment, the door was suddenly pushed open. Mu Chi-chi propped herself up and saw that it was her man. She immediately stood up, her eyes bright, and it was not difficult to see the joy in them. Why are you back? I don't know who called. Xing Xiao took off his coat that was covered in the cold wind and entered the living room. Seeing that the house was empty and the thunder and lightning flashed, he reached out and hugged her. As expected, what? Instead of drinking with a group of unrelated people, I might as well go home and watch you do your handicrafts. Don't think I don't know that you're laughing at me. Mu Chi-chi took the opportunity to hammer Xing Xiao's chest. Xing Xiao hugged her and sat down, letting her lean against his chest. In front of the two of them was the new handicraft that Mu Chi-chi had just unwrapped. She had not had the time to start. Did you see Xing Kai? Yes. Xing Xiao hummed faintly. Did you quarrel? There's nothing to say. Xing Xiao did not want to bring those troublesome things home, nor did he want her to worry about him. Chapter 869. Mu Chi-chi knew what he was thinking, so she did not ask further. With a call from her, he came back in the rain. What else did he want? Other bosses prioritize making money more important than anything else. They won't miss any opportunity to build a relationship. My boss is the opposite. Who asked you to be sick? Xing Xiao curled his lips. This excuse could probably be used for months. Since you're back, accompany me to do handicrafts. Mu Chi-chi took apart the parts and placed them in front of Xing Xiao. I can help with the cutting. You can do the rest. Then you don't have to do it. Xing Xiao wrapped his arms around her and rested his chin on her shoulder. It was indeed much better to be intimate and warm than to be with those old things. Mu Chi-chi willingly nestled in Xing Xiao's arms. At this moment, even if lightning flashed and thunder rumbled outside, she did not feel afraid or lonely at all. This was because this embrace was the warmest and safest embrace in the world. Therefore, at 10:00 in the evening, when Mama Xing and Xing Xiao opened the door and returned home, they saw such a warm scene. The old couple also consciously did not want to be their son and daughter-in-law's third wheel. After taking off their shoes and entering the door, they did not make any noise at all. They quietly walked through the living room and returned to their room. When had Xing Xiao ever been so childish? He could only see it when he was with Xiao Qi. She had raised her son all these years, but she had never seen Xing Xiao like this, except in front of Mu Qiqi. What a spectacle! You've made a fool of yourself in front of Mom and Dad. Mu Qiqi leaned her elbow against Xing Xiao's chest. Then I'll go back to my room. With that, Xing Xiao was about to get up, but Mu Qiqi stopped him. Sit down, you bad guy. You only know how to test me. At least finish this. On the other side, the Yishang group reception had already ended. Because Xing Xiao was not present in the second half, even if Xing Kai saluted Song Jiang and offered tea, he would not feel too embarrassed. Perhaps this was another deeper meaning behind Xing Xiao's excuse to leave. Then, the group left the hotel. Xing Kai sent Song Jiang to the car, but Song Jiang stopped him. You're tired today. Go back and rest. Let Xiaoji accompany you. Xing Kai glanced at Song Xiaoji beside him and did not say anything. Then, he closed the car door for Song Jiang. Godfather, take care. Behind Song Jiang, Song Buji drove a blue Maybach. However, when he looked at Xing Kai and Song Xiaoji, there was a hint of unusual interest in the corners of his mouth. He felt that these two were both actors. However, there was still a lot of time, so he should take his time to play, so he didn't mind. Today, when he returned to China, he brought back a new product from abroad. He hadn't played with it yet. Tomorrow, he would try it out. The better Xing Xiao protected her, the more he wanted to invade Xing Xiao's territory. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel happy. Song Buji smiled and followed behind Song Jiang's car. Seeing that her father and brother had left, Song Xiaoji turned to Xing Kai and said, "It's over. I'll send you back." "I don't want to go back yet." Xing Kai shook his head. "I know that Song Jiang humiliated you like that, in your heart." Whenever he thought of this, Xing Kai would think of his hatred for the Gu family and Gu Xiling. Seeing his cold expression, Song Xiaoji knew that he was in a bad mood, so she suggested, "Then, let's go out for a drink." "I want to be alone." "Don't stay alone. You'll get sick." After saying that, Song Xiaoji pushed Xing Kai into the black car. "My brother suffered a lot in front of Xing Xiao tonight. When he goes back, he'll definitely think of a way to get back at him. He's a very vengeful person, so try not to offend him. Even I won't be able to get any benefits from him. Now, can you tell me the reason why Jin Bo hid his identity?" As Song Xiaoji drove, she observed Xing Kai's expression. Finally, she said softly, "I'm afraid the Xing family already knows the reason in advance." After saying this, Song Xiaoji continued, "Actually, this matter has nothing to do with the Xing family. The Song family's real enemy is the Shen family. It started 25 years ago. Because of a mission from Old Master Shen, 4 of the 5 members of the Song family were killed. The only one left was my father. He had been preparing a revenge plan for more than 20 years. It's only because Xing Xiao became Zhongting and supported the current mayor that my father listed him as his #1 enemy. You, on the other hand, are purely a pawn that Gu Ziling's grandfather offered to please my father. My father wanted to use you to take revenge on the Xing family and kept you as the last scapegoat. You know all of this." After Shinkai heard this, he felt his mind was in a mess. After a moment of silence, he finally figured out the reason. Gu Xialing's grandfather is also your father's lackey. Her grandfather isn't a good person either. His business is a mess. My father only helped him because he wanted to open up the market in Jianchuan. So, who should I blame? Shinkai didn't understand either. He only sneered, feeling that he was too naive. Next, my father and brother will definitely have more plans. This also means that I will have many opportunities to get close to the evidence of their crimes. Shinkai, do you want to be safe, or do you want to help me? Shinkai was stunned by Song Qiaoji's sudden question. He couldn't say anything for a long time. If you stay like this, my father and brother won't deal with you now. They'll leave you until the end. But if you take the risk with me, your body might be found in the mountains in a few days. You'll die the same way as those girls in Changrong Electronics. Even the murderer won't be found, and the police won't dare to investigate further. Song Qiaoji's words were indeed enough to test Shinkai. But for some reason, he didn't want to be someone who would sit back and wait for death. It took him 2 seconds to make such a decision. Shinkai felt that he was probably crazy. What are you going to use to bribe me? Hearing this, Song Qiaoji stopped the car at the side. Then, she suddenly leaned over and kissed Shinkai's lips. Beauty. Is that enough? Shinkai had been in a daze for a long time because his rationality was reminding him that Song Qiaoji was definitely not as simple as he thought. He shouldn't believe anything she said. However, his emotions told him that this woman cared about him and was willing to stand with him. If he missed it just like that, perhaps there wouldn't be a next time. Don't be in a hurry to answer me. You still have a lot of time to think about it. Shinkai turned his head and forced himself to calm down. Wasn't Gu Xialing in front of him enough? Chapter 870. When the news came out the next day, Mu Qiqi saw it. Knowing that her man had not suffered a loss, she was relieved. However, when she finally saw the true face of the murderer behind Baisini's case, a chill rose in Mu Qiqi's eyes. What's so good about the newspaper? Anyway, the Song family is being suppressed by Sir. Young madam, come and have some soup. Hearing Fifth Aunt's shout, Mu Qiqi snorted. It's said that one's appearance is born from the heart. With this family's appearance, it's obvious that they've done all sorts of bad things. You're so capable that you even know how to read people's faces. Xing Xiao said as he walked down from the second floor. People have an aura. I'm not personally attacking that Song guy. Look at you. With your wise and heroic temperament, you can shake the world wherever you go. I'll take that as a compliment. A science student like her really couldn't be expected to speak eloquently. Mu Qiqi burst out laughing. Since the Song family has declared war, I wonder what their next step is. Xing Xiao sat down beside Mu Qiqi and reached out to take the coffee from Fifth Aunt. However, he did not say anything. Last night, Song Buji's mouth couldn't leave 2 people. One was Shinkai, who was in Song Buji's hands, and the other was Mu Qiqi, who he had hidden at home. Presumably, in the future, Song Buji would also come looking for trouble with these 2 people. If Song Jiang wanted to act in secret, Song Buji would definitely not let him have it easy. Mu Qiqi saw that her man did not say anything, so she did not ask anymore. Don't worry, I'll stay at home obediently. I won't go anywhere. Xing Xiao actually did not want to be so harsh. In such a big place like Jianchuan, people had to give him some face. Sometimes, he would think that if Mu Qiqi was in danger, he would do whatever it took, even if he had to use his life to protect the little thing's safety. However, he did not want her to suffer even the slightest bit. Especially when he thought about how Feng Shanshan had almost been sold, he could not stand it at all. Go to work. Today, Fifth Aunt and I are going to vacate the cloakroom for our baby's crib. Don't move heavy things, Xing Xiao instructed. I know what to do. Don't worry. Mu Qiqi finished the soup and went to unpack the crib. Xing Xiao shook his head helplessly. He gave Fifth Aunt a few more instructions before leaving. However, no one noticed that there was a small drone outside the 300-square-meter villa. It was being controlled by someone and was spying on everything here. Last night, Song Buji said that he had just bought a useful thing and today was the perfect day to test its performance. At the Yishang group reception, Xing Xiao did not give the Song family any face. Song Buji remembered this grudge in his heart. Moreover, he had always guessed that Xing Xiao had hidden Mu Qiqi. If he really did not have any fear of the Song family, why would he hide a living person? Mu Qiqi was seriously ill. Only a ghost would believe that. In the afternoon, the Song family. Song Jiang had just returned from a social engagement when he saw that Song Buji did not go to the company. Instead, he came back with a gadget. His expression turned cold and he was a little disappointed. Since you're back, can't you help your father? Of course I'm helping you. Song Buji raised the drone in his hand and said, this thing is made in Germany. It doesn't make any noise. It's a high-tech thing. Guess what it captured? Buji, you're so old-fashioned. You only know how to eat with Deputy City Mayor Liang and the others all day. I don't blame you. Mu Qiqi is pregnant, so Xing Xiao hid her. It's no wonder. Your subordinate, Cheng Bin, caused a ruckus among the police, so it's understandable for him to do this. After hearing this, Song Jiang's expression returned to normal. What do you mean? A woman giving birth is a matter of life and death. If you want to deal with Xing Xiao, you can make good use of these 10 months. So, Dad, you do your own thing in private. Leave the matter of dealing with Xing Xiao to me. I'll make him flustered and unable to spare his hands. Song Jiang nodded and solemnly instructed him, right now, the Shen family has a good political record. There's a high chance that he'll be re-elected. If Xing Xiao continues to be a stumbling block in the middle, your father's decades of hard work will be in vain. Bring your sister along when you have time. The corners of Song Buji's mouth curled up meaningfully. Which sister of mine? The one who wants her to watch Xing Kai. Dad, it's not that I'm pouring cold water on you, but these two people will definitely cause you a lot of trouble in the end. That's none of your business. Song Buji shrugged. He didn't plan to care. His hobby was to cause trouble for Xing Xiao. Mu Qiqi's pregnancy was a great thing. What was there to hide? Why don't he publicize the news for Xing Xiao? It was time for President Xing to get busy. Then, he handed the photos taken by the drone to his assistant. Since he was already setting up the crib, he would let the entire Jianchuan be happy for President Xing. Therefore, an hour later, the news of Mu Qiqi's pregnancy was posted on the internet, along with photos. The little bride of the Xing family was not even 22 years old this year. Although she and Xing Xiao had registered their marriage abroad, the domestic law did not recognize it. Therefore, no matter how good their relationship was, Mu Qiqi was still labeled with the ugly words of premarital pregnancy. So she's not sick at all. To think that I felt sorry for her. I didn't expect her to have the president's child. She dares to have a child before she's married. As expected of the little bride of the Xing family. She's the same person who seduced a man at the age of 17. Although there was no photo of Mu Qiqi's pregnant belly in the photo, wasn't it obvious enough from the time she dropped out of school to setting up the crib at home? In an instant, the news of Mu Qiqi's pregnancy caused 1,000 waves. There was envy, jealousy, sarcasm, and ridicule. President, should we get the media to block the news? Su Che stood in front of Xing Xiao and asked. If young madam sees this, it will affect her mood. There's no need, Xing Xiao replied lightly. We can't hide it from that thing. Then are we just going to let it go? It was obvious who had done it. It was only the second day after returning to the country, and they already knew that they were going to make a move. It seemed like they adapted very quickly. I originally wanted to spend the next 10 months quietly and let give birth to the baby in a low-key manner. It seems like the Song family is here to disrupt my plan and make me busy. The people outside are scolding young madam so badly. If you think that these things will make that little thing unable to eat, then you're gravely mistaken. She doesn't care at all. Therefore, Xing Xiao felt that there was no need to take this matter to heart. If the Song family thought that this could deal a blow to Mu Chi-Chi's young heart, then let them think so. Chapter 871. When Mu Chi-Chi heard the news, she had just woken up from her afternoon nap. Seeing Fifth Aunt's ugly expression, he guessed that something had happened. Therefore, she didn't need to ask. She just needed to take out her phone and take a look. In this information age, there was nothing that she couldn't know. He took out his phone and went online to check. It didn't take much effort. He could see the news about himself at a glance. It was as exciting as it could be. Fifth Aunt was afraid that her mood would be affected by the comments on the internet, so she quickly sat beside her and comforted her. Don't care about those comments. Anyway, as long as you have Sir's love, it's fine. These people are just saying it. It's no big deal. Mu Chi-Chi threw the phone away nonchalantly. It was just as Xing Xiao said. In this world, no one knew her better than Xing Xiao. Looks like you're not angry. I'm angry. Mu Chi-Chi said angrily, if I had known that someone was taking pictures of me, I would have dressed better. I'm so ugly now. Fifth Aunt was speechless. Although she was used to being careless, if it were any other girl, she would have long wanted to find a place to hide, or rather, find a country where no one knew her and hide. A girl's reputation was very important. Aunt Wu, I'm hungry. Is there any chicken soup left in the morning? It's delicious. Fifth Aunt smiled silently and quickly got up to get the chicken soup for her. Mu Chi-Chi sighed. She suddenly felt that the paparazzi nowadays were too dedicated. That was when Xing Xiao called. Master Xiao, are you a divine diviner? I just woke up. Recently, you've been sleeping until around 3 o'clock. That's why I called at this time. You've seen the news, haven't you? Xing Xiao stood in front of the French window in his office and called Mu Chi-Chi. I saw it. Mu Chi-Chi pouted. Which paparazzi took this secretly? The paparazzi can't get in. It might be a drone, Xing Xiao replied. Stinky thing, I'm asking about your mood. What's wrong with that? From the day I fell in love with you when I was 17, I already knew that I was being rebellious. Do I still need others to tell me? Mu Chi-Chi snorted. Why? Are you envious that I can have a child at the age of 21, or that I have a husband like you? If they have the ability, they can give birth too. I knew it. The corners of Xing Xiao's lips curled up slightly. If Song Buji wanted to use these things to hurt Mu Chi-Chi and the Shin family, it would not be enough to keep him busy. Alright, I really didn't take it to heart. You can continue with your work. I want to continue my handicraft business. Don't use a knife, Xing Xiao reminded her. I know. Old men are so long-winded. With that, Mu Chi-Chi quickly hung up. Xing Xiao had the urge to strangle the thing when he heard that it was an old man. On the other side, fifth aunt brought the chicken soup and placed it in front of Muchichi. She was also smiling. Mr. Xing loves you. He likes to worry about nothing. When I met him, he was 26 years old. Fifth aunt, you haven't seen his cynical tone. If he was unhappy, he would grab someone and hang them on the opposite mountain for a few days. Every day, he made old Master Xing so angry that he was foaming at the mouth. Now that he's old, he's no longer energetic. When fifth aunt heard this, she laughed so hard that she couldn't straighten her back. That's because he's mature and has a sense of family responsibility. This is a good thing. Sigh, I'm just old. In any case, the outside world was in an uproar because of Muchichi's pregnancy. However, she herself was very calm. In any case, whether others knew or not did not affect her. In any case, she just did not go out and anger the Song family. However, the Shin and Xing families might inevitably be criticized by others. This was also a taboo for Xing Xiao. Therefore, in the evening, Xing Xiao planned to go to the Shin family first to know their attitude. Just as the news of Muchichi's pregnancy was flying around, Song Qiaoji was dragged away for questioning by the police. Song Qiaoji was pulled in for questioning by the police because she seemed to be involved in Feng Shanshan's kidnapping. However, Song Qiaoji seemed to have already thought of an excuse. She called her a middle-aged woman because she had hired a housekeeper to clean her house. Who knew that after she took Feng Shanshan away that day, she would be schemed against by this woman. Later, Feng Shanshan was locked up in the upstairs house by this swindler. Because both houses belonged to her, she gave the woman a spare key. The police then went to verify Song Qiaoji's story. Song Jiang also spent money to put pressure on her, so Song Qiaoji was fine for the time being, waiting for the police to further investigate. When she came out of the police station, Xing Kai's car was parked outside. When Song Qiaoji saw him, she was a little surprised. Why are you here? I'm taking you out for dinner, Xing Kai said as he opened the car door. Come in. Have you thought about what I said last night? Song Qiaoji asked for Xing Kai's answer the moment she opened her mouth. Didn't you say that I have time to think about it slowly? You might have to be prepared. It's a little long for me to think about it, Xing Kai replied. Then, he drove away from the police station with Song Qiaoji. Muchichi is pregnant. I believe you've seen the news. Halfway through, Song Qiaoji suddenly said to Xing Kai, so, it's very likely that my brother will use Muchichi's pregnancy to attack Xing Xiao. I don't want to pay attention to their matters now. I just want to have a quiet meal, Xing Kai replied. It can also be considered a celebration for me to finally get my divorce certificate and be single again. Xing Kai, actually, you can tell me your true identity and true purpose. After all, whether you're Song Jiang's daughter or a spy, to me, you're the only one by my side now. Xing Kai suddenly tilted his head and looked at Song Qiaoji seriously. You don't believe what I said before. It's not that I don't believe you, but I'm skeptical. Actually, after I calm down, I'll find that there are many flaws in your words. For example, you told me that you're a police spy not long after you met me. If this is true, then you should have died thousands of times. Your father is such a suspicious person. You said that you came to avenge your mother and even received training. However, I feel that when Song Jiang recognizes you, he will definitely investigate you thoroughly. Actually, Song Qiaoji, what's there to lie to me about? Song Qiaoji was a little nervous. She even clenched her hands tightly. Then why do you think I lied to you? Let's not talk about this tonight. We'll talk about it later. What do you want to eat? Unexpectedly, Xing Kai suddenly changed the topic. After experiencing Xiling and wandering between the line of life and death, do you think I'll still be so gullible? If you don't know what to eat, I'll take you to my usual place. Chapter 872. In the evening, Xing Xiao returned home from Zhongting and went to the Shen residence. Seeing that Grandpa Shen was fishing at the pond, she followed him and sat down beside him. I haven't fished with you for many years. Old Master Shen tilted his head and saw that it was eighth brother. He snorted softly. You know that I'll be angry. It's normal for you to be angry. Eighth brother, I won't blame you for letting Chi-Chi become a mother at the age of 21. After all, it was Chi-Chi's own will. But I'm distressed that you didn't take care of her reputation. I'm old and I don't care about it. But Xiao-Qi still has a long way to go. How will others look at her in the future if she bears the stigma of being pregnant before marriage? You know Xiao-Qi doesn't care, so why are you blaming eighth brother? Behind the two of them, Shen Jianchuan suddenly said, Dad, this is the Song family's doing. Speaking of which, we've implicated Xiao-Qi. After hearing his son's words, Grandpa Shen did not say a word. It's already good enough that eighth brother is putting on airs for you. Don't be too harsh on him. You've already said it. What else do I have to care about? Old Master Shen snorted. 25 years ago, the Song family was not a good person. 25 years later, they've raised a nest of little bastards. If you want to blame someone, blame me for not getting rid of them back then. It was my negligence that allowed the Song family to take advantage of the loophole, Xing Xiao answered the two of them. However, this should only be the beginning. What are your plans now? Xing Xiao stared at Shen Jianchuan and did not say anything. The battle with the Song family was probably not something that could be resolved in a short period of time. Therefore, there was no need to mobilize so many people for such a small matter. Don't worry, grandfather. I'll make arrangements for Qi. That's why I'm here. After Shen Jianchuan heard that, he patted Xing Xiao's chest. I know that you want to know what the other members of the Shen family think. On this issue, the Shen family has always been against outsiders. It's not Chi-Chi's fault. Your grandfather and I don't care about our reputation that much. Thanks, Dad. You don't have to carry all these things on your shoulders. Don't you think you're under enough pressure? Go back and tell Chi-Chi to rest in peace. With that, Xing Xiao naturally went home on time. This man had never been afraid of anything. But he cared about Mu Chi-Chi's feelings and considered all her concerns. The reason why he went to the Shen family first was that he wanted to be confident when he comforted that thing. When he entered the door, Mu Chi-Chi was reading a nutrition book. Xing Xiao put down his coat and stared at it. The book is upside down. Can you understand it? Mu Chi-Chi pretended to be serious and failed. She got up from the sofa. I was afraid that you would think too much, so I played along with you. I just went to the Shen family. Grandpa and Dad didn't mind. You don't have to worry about them feeling embarrassed. I'm not worried at all. It's not like they've known me for a day or two. They're already used to my deviant ways. It's just that this Song guy is making fun of me on the second day. Not bad. Don't worry. I'll return him a big gift in 2 days. Xing Xiao carried her upstairs and placed her on the chaise lounge beside the desk. Su Che has already gone to deal with it. The matter will be suppressed tomorrow. I thank his ancestors for telling the world about this on my behalf. Looking at Mu Chi-Chi's expression, Xing Xiao waved at her. Come here. What are you doing? Mu Chi-Chi got up and walked to Xing Xiao before sitting on his lap. Xing Xiao put his hand into Mu Chi-Chi's shirt and gently caressed her lower abdomen. Say hello to the one in your stomach, he's only a little big now. Mu Chi-Chi hugged Xing Xiao's neck and lowered her head. Badian, grow up quickly and come out of my stomach as soon as possible. Xing Xiao frowned slightly. He felt that if a son were to come out and find out that he had such a name, he would probably want to return to his mother's womb and change his gender. As Mu Qiqi spoke, she also moved around on Xing Xiao's lap. Unexpectedly, a moment later, Mu Qiqi noticed that something was wrong. Master Xiao, you can't be. You're such a beast. I'm already pregnant. Xing Xiao did not think much of it. He just held her down and did not let her move around. Sometimes, I can even react when I think of your name. What's more, you're sitting in my arms, huh? Mu Qiqi's face instantly turned red. Do you like me that much? What do you think? Such a low and seductive voice made Mu Qiqi feel that her bones were going soft. Wait for me for 3 months. Wheel, idiot. Such a big thing had happened to Mu Qiqi, but the Xing family and the Shen family did not react. They did not clarify or say anything. The two families acted as if nothing had happened. They allowed the people of Jianchuan to mock them without getting angry. Song Buji thought about it and realized that it made sense. Xing Xiao and Mu Qiqi were not ordinary people. They could be together at the age of 17. Of course, they did not care about etiquette, justice, or shame. Of course, he did not have any benefits in exposing this matter. He was just stepping on Xing Xiao's bottom line. At the same time, he could take revenge for last night. Xing Xiao wanted to hide Mu Qiqi, but he would not let him. Today, he had only exposed the news of Mu Qiqi's pregnancy. Next, he wanted to lure Mu Qiqi out. Staying at home all the time was harmful to pregnant women's health, wasn't it? However, Xing Xiao's precautions were, of course, flawless. If he came into contact with Mu Qiqi just like that, of course, he would not have any connections. The drone could only enter once. Therefore, he had his eyes on a very easy target to approach. Lu Qianqian. Mu Qiqi only had 2 best friends. Feng Shanshan had a police officer by her side, so she was not to be trifled with. Lu Qianqian only had a boyfriend who was often at school. In addition, Papa Lu had already passed away. How tiring would it be for a little girl to guard the Lu Corporation? He should go and help. On the second day after Mu Qiqi's pregnancy was exposed, people thought that Xing Xiao would not make a move and allow the matter to ferment. However, the next day, the boss of the website that first exposed Mu Qiqi's pregnancy went abroad overnight. This was a popular cultural forum. It was shut down in the morning and completely offline at noon. At night, it turned cold. According to Su Che's words, if you want to expose it, go ahead. We won't suppress the news. We'll only suppress your boss. If the media is unconvinced, feel free to provoke us. I'll take my time. I'll greet them one by one. No one knew what Xing Xiao's family background was, but some people wanted to waste time with him. They felt that Xing Xiao was too much of a bully. Chapter 873. After this, all the major media outlets quickly went offline. There were some people who could not be touched in Jianchuan. It didn't seem like anything would happen even if you did. In any case, Xing Xiao wouldn't embarrass you in front of you, but you wouldn't know what he wanted to do behind your back. It seemed that as long as it was related to Mu Qiqi, he would never be lazy. He was very patient. Even if you were just a small shop, you would still be punished. Song Buji looked at Xing Xiao's way of dealing with the problem. He didn't expect it to be so exciting. It was just a day and a night. Although there were people talking about it, there was no more news about Mu Qiqi's pregnancy in the mainstream media. The onlookers were just joining in on the fun. Since there was no more news, they naturally chose to pay attention to other news. They had scolded and criticized her. At the end of the day, Muchichi's pregnancy had nothing to do with them. In fact, Muchichi was not completely calm amidst the scolding. For example, one of them said, "In the past, when I saw Muchichi, I thought that she was a sensible person who knew what she wanted. She was born in a rich family, but she was willing to work as a forensic doctor. But now, seeing that she gave birth to a child for a man at the age of 21, I suddenly feel that she's just an ordinary girl. She's probably forgotten all her dreams." In other words, just because she had a child, she could delay her dreams. Giving birth was only a year away. She could go back to school and start all over again. The reason why these people looked down on her so much was because they didn't understand her feelings for Xingxiao. They also didn't know how worthy Xingxiao was. Of course, she wouldn't really remember these speculations. Why should she impose her own thoughts on others? Things were like a hurricane. They came and went quickly, and they soon calmed down. However, everyone's state changed from not knowing that Muchichi was pregnant to knowing that she was pregnant. Muchichi had always thought that the Song family had already regarded her as a target and would think of all kinds of ways to deal with her. This was just the beginning. She didn't expect that the Song family wouldn't make any moves for a few days. Did they give up so quickly? Of course, Xingxiao had said that he would return Song Buji with a big gift. There should be some progress in the next 2 days. Although Song Buji didn't seem to be moving, he was actually studying how to get close to Lu Qianqian without being noticed by the Xing family. If he really got involved with Lu Qianqian, wouldn't it be a huge blow to Muchichi? After the two of them ate that day, Xing Kai sent Song Qiaoji back to his residence. After the two of them exposed the lie, Song Qiaoji could say very little to Xing Kai. Perhaps she did not have the time to respond to his provocation. She had to admit that she was not a spy. She was acting and talking like this to win people's trust. Otherwise, Song Jiang would not have kept her alive until now. No one knew her depth. Even she herself sometimes felt as if she was wearing 2 masks. She wasn't a cop, but she really wanted revenge. But it wasn't because of her mother, because she didn't even know who her mother was. She wanted to use Xing Kai, but unfortunately, Xing Kai saw through her. The two of them hadn't seen each other for a few days. Finally, when Xing Kai was about to change his dressing, Song Qiaoji appeared in front of him with a medical kit. The two of them looked at each other awkwardly and smiled. "I thought you were scared by me. I haven't waited for your answer yet." After saying this, Song Qiaoji walked past Xing Kai and sat on his sofa. "Come over and change your dressing." "If you don't tell me your real purpose, I don't think I'll agree," Xing Kai replied. "I don't want my life to be filled with lies anymore." Song Qiaoji took out a pair of scissors and a brand new gauze. As she cleaned Xing Kai's new wound, she sighed. "I'm indeed not a spy, but I'm indeed the daughter of the Song family. What I want to avenge is not the murder of my mother, but the murder of my husband. When Song Jiang found me, I was already engaged and living a happy life. However, Song Jiang used my fiancé to do things for him. He squeezed out all his value and then kicked him away. In the end, my fiancé couldn't bear the burden and committed suicide by jumping into the sea. He took me in and did dirty things for him. Of course, he didn't believe me, so Feng Shanshan's kidnapping was the most disgusting thing he made me do." Xing Kai tilted his head to look at her and could see the obvious emotions in her eyes. This time, it was true. She wasn't lying. "It took me a year to get out of that shadow. I relied on sending Song Jiang to prison. Does Song Jiang know about you pretending to be an undercover?" "He knows. Otherwise, do you think he would have tolerated me?" I pretended to be an undercover police officer and did something for him. That's why he didn't ask so much, Song Xiaoji answered. Every day I live, I'm disgusted by my identity and Song Jiang. Even if you don't believe me this time, I'm telling the truth. I believe you. Xing Kai slowly put on his shirt when he saw that the bandage was done. He's far more perverted and disgusting than you think. You're now the CEO of Changrong Electronics. Haven't you noticed that the HR manager is very strange when recruiting people? Of course, Xing Kai had noticed it. However, after taking over, he didn't have the mood to deal with Bai Sini's case. They're all young women between the ages of 22 and 26. Song Jiang has a secret clubhouse in a hotel in J City. He specially invites his friends to drink. I learned all of this from my fiancé. Before he died, he told me not to investigate further. But I know that from there, I can send Song Jiang directly to hell. After Xing Kai heard this, he felt very complicated. Changrong Electronics had died. 4 people had died one after another, and there was one more outside. These fresh human lives were so easily judged as suicides. But how can it be so easy to get close to Song Jiang's dirty deeds? I've been wandering around for the past few years. I can't get in. Xing Kai, when I saw you, I just felt that we were in the same boat. I didn't mean to hurt you, really. After Xing Kai heard this, he held Song Xiaoji's hand. Compared to this, I'm more afraid of lies. Song Xiaoji was stunned. In the past, I lost my way for power and money, but now that I think about it, I can only take advantage of my family. I'm useless and childish. I never thought that one day, I would be in such a dangerous situation. The people around me could lose their lives at any time. I'm not as brave as you think, and I've done a lot of wrong things. When danger comes, I don't know if I'll leave you alone. But if you're willing to believe me, maybe I can muster up the courage to take the risk. Chapter 874. I don't know how many years I've been competing with 8th brother, with grandpa, and with my own face. In the future, I won't care about these things anymore. I just want to live as I please. After Xing Kai said this, he felt that he was extremely childish. So, in Xing Zhao's eyes, it should be the same, right? That's right. Only by casting aside the superficial nothingness can one live freely. After saying this, Song Xiaoji walked to Xing Kai's wine cabinet and took out a bottle of red wine and a goblet. I think this moment is worth celebrating. The two of them sat on the sofa and drank. Unknowingly, the atmosphere became a little awkward, and a little ambiguous. Xing Kai put down his wine glass and looked at Song Xiaoji, whose cheeks were flushed red. Then, do you still love your fiancé? It's been so long, what's there to love? I'm sorry. Song Xiaoji lowered her head and replied, every time I think of his cold corpse, there's a sense of hatred in my heart that drives me to seek revenge on Song Jiang. It's all in the past. Xing Kai held her hand and said, it's getting late. Go back and rest early. Song Xiaoji shook her head and lay on the sofa. I'll stay here with you. In that aspect, I'm a beast in human clothing, Xing Kai said bluntly. Song Xiaoji used the alcohol to straddle Xing Kai's body. She hooked his chin and said tipsily, it just so happens that I'm an authoritative doctor in this field. Don't you want something to happen in such an atmosphere? If he didn't want to, would he still be a man? However, Xing Kai couldn't tell what kind of feelings he had for Song Xiaoji. He just felt that it wasn't a bad feeling. In a daze, he would also realize that he was a moth, clearly aware that there was a bright flame in front of him, yet he still rushed forward without any regard for his own safety. The next morning, Xingkai woke up on the sofa with Song Qiaoji lying beside him. The two of them faced each other honestly. It was obvious that no matter what should or should not have happened, it had already happened last night. It was precisely because she was an expert in this area that Song Qiaoji was more open about such matters. She was not like Gu Xiling, who waited for a man to please her. This surprised Xingkai. Then, the doorbell rang. Xingkai carried Song Qiaoji to the bed and covered her body with a thin blanket. However, Xingkai did not expect the person to be Song Jiang. Last night, he even slept with someone else's daughter. Godfather. When Song Jiang saw him, he knew what had happened last night. Is Xiao Qiao here? Xingkai was stunned for a second and nodded. She's still sleeping. Then let her sleep. We're both men. I can understand. Godfather came here today because he has an errand for you to do. However, you and Qiao Ji are like glue. I'm afraid you won't be able to separate. Just tell me, Godfather, Xingkai said readily. There are a few friends in J City that I need you to help me take care of. Can you help me take care of them? Of course I can. Xingkai nodded in reply. However, his heart turned cold because Song Jiang was going to drag him down completely. They knew very well what was in J City. Then pack up and leave at noon. Qiaoji can't go. I still have other things to tell her. Song Jiang instructed. In fact, he wanted to hold Song Qiaoji in his hands and prevent her from playing any tricks. All right. Since it's still early, I won't disturb the two of you. After Song Jiang finished speaking, he left Xingkai's apartment. Behind the door, Song Qiaoji had already heard the conversation between the two of them. Once Song Jiang left, she walked out. He asked you to contact the people in J City. If anything happens, you'll be the first one to be in trouble. Both of their expressions were ugly, but Xingkai smiled. You have to pay the price for sleeping with his daughter, don't you? Xingkai. I'll only be gone for 3 days. I'll be fine. If I find anything, I'll contact you. Song Qiaoji did not say anything. She just walked up to Xingkai and reached out to hug him. You have to live. Xingkai was speechless. He just carried Song Qiaoji horizontally and returned to the bedroom. This trip was like a bottomless abyss. In the afternoon, Zhongting. Su Che had already made all the arrangements. Then, he asked for Xing Zhao's opinion. You can return the favor now. Are we going to make a move? Go back. Xing Zhao only said 2 words. Of course, he did not know that his operation this time would unconsciously save Xingkai from a dangerous journey. After preparing for a few days, a hotel in J City finally made a move. Because someone had reported that the hotel was involved in illegal activities and had attached evidence, the police were now keeping an eye on a certain hotel. This happened while Xingkai was packing his things. Song Jiang suddenly called. Ah Kai, you don't have to go for the time being. There's a small situation over there. Before Xingkai could figure out the whole story, Song Jiang hung up the phone. Xing Zhao had used Mama Bai's death. She was a pimp when she was alive, and the people she handled had a lot of contact with Su Hong. Someone had reported that a certain hotel provided illegal services and provided the small cards found in the hotel. Moreover, the information had been posted everywhere. It was not easy for the higher-ups to suppress it, so they had to come over to go through the procedures. These were all small matters, but small matters delayed Song Jiang's important matters. Song Jiang had a party on Saturday, and now that he was being watched by the police at all times, how would those timid people dare to come to the party? However, it had not been easy for him to get together. Now, no matter what, it was going to be ruined. Who was the one behind the report? Is he tired of living? It was rare for Song Jiang to lose his temper, but for a while, he did not link it to Xing Shao. After all, Jianchuan was hundreds of kilometers away from Jie City. However, Song Buji firmly believed that this matter definitely had something to do with Xing Shao. Dad, we should have changed places a long time ago. I know. Song Jiang nodded. Let me find the person behind this. I'll definitely make him pay the price. I'm afraid you won't have the chance because you can't touch that person now. Song Buji smiled. Think about it. Other than him, who else could spoil your plans? Weren't you thinking of ways to keep him busy? Now you're busy with me. He's taking revenge. He's taking revenge on me for exposing Mu Qiqi's pregnancy, Song Buji guessed. Dad, you're not careful enough and let the people around Xing Shao take advantage of you. I'll be more careful in the future. After Song Jiang said that, he returned to his room. He thought about how much money he had spent to invite those people to a gathering, but now, it was all ruined. Of course, because he did not tell Xing Kai about these things beforehand, he did not think that Xing Kai had leaked the information. This matter would not have succeeded without a few days of planning, and it was impossible for Xing Kai to predict the future. Chapter 875. If it wasn't troublesome, wouldn't he be at his mercy? Xing Shao was never a man to be trifled with. Hu in Jianchuan didn't know that. It was precisely because he knew that Xing Shao wasn't easy to deal with that Song Buji knew that he had to start with his heart. But Mu Qiqi didn't go out. It didn't matter. He had already put down the hook and was waiting for the fish to take the bait. If he wanted to get in touch with Lu Qianqian, of course, he had to start with the Lu Corporation. However, this little girl in her early 20s had managed the Lu Corporation so well. It seemed that she hadn't experienced much. Since he wanted to have a relationship with Lu Qianqian, he had to create trouble for her and then help her solve the problem. Her little boyfriend probably wouldn't show up every time to shield her from the wind and rain, right? Sooner or later, the two of them would have to separate. Thinking about it, after he succeeded with Lu Qianqian, she would bring him to visit Mu Qiqi. That scene would be so exciting. Some people would definitely go crazy. Why was Song Buji so confident? Because Lu Qianqian didn't know about the grudge between the Song family, Xing Shao, and Mu Qiqi. Moreover, he would make Lu Qianqian walk into a trap step by step. Xing Kai was spared from a calamity. Song Qiaoji's face lit up. Their relationship had improved by leaps and bounds last night, and they were now the closest relationship. Although they didn't know how long this relationship could last, the two injured people seemed to have a common understanding. They would go wherever they could. At the very least, they wouldn't let each other down. A few days had passed since the pregnancy was exposed. The Song family didn't seem to have made much of a move. Mu Qiqi heaved a sigh of relief, but she was afraid that the Song family would plot an even bigger scheme. Therefore, from time to time, she would call the people around her to ensure that they weren't being harassed by the Song family. You're just a worrywart. When the baby is born, there'll be a lot of things waiting for you. Seeing that she was restless, Fifth Aunt quickly said, "There's a teacher for everything outside. Since you're taking care of the fetus, don't think about anything else. The sky won't fall." Mu Qiqi thought to herself that she was right. But Fifth Aunt, I don't want to do handicrafts anymore. Mu Qiqi felt a little guilty when she saw the half-damaged products she had wasted. What's wrong with these things? Then what do you want to do? I still want to read my own book. Mu Qiqi turned around and looked at her forensics book. She felt that it was covered in dust. Then go ahead and watch, but the more I look, the more I want to use my knife. Fifth Aunt was speechless. Forget it, I'll go see a doctor and give Batian a strong heart. Fifth aunt did not know whether to laugh or cry. However, she felt that her young madam was pitiful. Even if there was no access control, she did not have many places to go. Some people in the school said that the forensics laboratory was too dangerous and would not let her participate. In fact, the result was the same. She would ask the old woman to think of some ways to make this young madam happy another day. At 2:00 in the afternoon, in the meeting room of Lu Enterprises. At the moment, an emergency meeting was being held. Lu Enterprises had just entered the cosmetics industry, so they suffered a loss on the raw materials. They had already agreed on the purchase price with the seller, but in just a few days, the raw material seller changed his mind and increased the price several times. Lu Qianqian was so angry that she went to the raw material merchants several times. However, they deliberately avoided her and did not give her any chance. He changed his mind just like that, completely disregarding the spirit of the contract. Mr. Lu, why don't we use other raw materials? He's not the only one. The assistant tried to persuade her because Lu Qianqian had gone up the mountain several times, but there was no result. If this continued, it would be a waste of time. Although I'm angry on the surface, in terms of raw materials, their quality is still the best. If it's really just a doubling of the price, it's actually still within the budget. I'm just afraid that this boss won't even give me a chance to negotiate. Lu Qianqian rejected her assistant's suggestion and went up the mountain again. But you can't keep waiting like this. Go to the car. I'll be here alone. Lu Qianqian was wearing a white professional suit and white high heels. She was clearly feeling uncomfortable, but she was still unwilling to accept the result in her heart. She was not willing to settle for the next best thing. A moment later, the sun shone down, and Lu Qianqian was already sweating profusely. At this moment, a blue Maybach stopped by the roadside, and a black figure got out of the car. Of course, Lu Qianqian recognized him. Wasn't this the new rich man of Jianchuan, Song Buji? Of course, she knew that Song Buji and the Xing family had a grudge, but she saw it as a business dispute. This was very normal. Song Buji walked past Lu Qianqian and went straight into the raw material merchant's villa. It turned out that he was a guest here. He was just an unrelated person, so Lu Qianqian did not care. However, a moment later, the raw material merchant asked someone to invite her in. If Miss Lu plans to use this method to solve problems in the future, then you're really easy to bully. Song Buji smiled as he came out of the living room and handed her his silk scarf. Choose another time in the future. It's noon now. Lu Qianqian was amazed. Before she could react, she took the silk scarf from Song Buji. The raw material merchant said, Mr. Song and I are friends. Since Mr. Song has spoken, of course I'll do him a favor. The price will still be calculated according to the contract, but I want a fixed amount. Lu Qianqian suddenly realized that the other party had agreed to sign a new contract with her. However, why was the Song family helping her? Lu Qianqian felt that this person was strange. She really wanted to turn around and ask him, but Song Buji had already left the villa. However, I have a question. Miss Lu, do you and Mr. Song know each other? Lu Qianqian shook her head. This is the first time I've met him. It's not strange. This Mr. Song is easy to lend a helping hand. It's your luck that you met him today. After saying that, the raw material merchant called his lawyer to renegotiate the contract with the Lu Corporation. Lu Qianqian looked at the man's handkerchief in her hand and was a little fearful. Boss, forget it. I don't plan to sign the contract for the time being. She believed that there was no such thing as a pie falling from the sky for no reason. She didn't want to owe someone a favor for no reason. As for this handkerchief, she had to find an opportunity to return it to the Song family. It seemed to be very expensive. The assistant saw her coming out of the villa in a daze and quickly went up to her. CEO Lu. Where's the man who drove the Maybach just now? He left, the assistant replied. Lu Qianqian sighed and handed the handkerchief to the assistant. Go and check the address of the Yashang group for me and send this over. This? A man's handkerchief. The assistant was a little surprised. After all, it was easy for people to think of adultery. Lu Qianqian had a fiancé after all. If she was involved with someone else, it would be terrible. Chapter 876. That's good. CEO Lu, you scared me to death. Think about it. You're a married woman. I was afraid that something would happen to your relationship. The assistant gave her a heads up. Young Master Lin is still in a deadlock with his family because of you. You're thinking too much. Lu Qianqian glared at him and turned to return to the car. However, the matter of the raw materials could not be resolved. What should she do? Has the contract been signed? Lu Qianqian shook her head in frustration. I don't dare to sign it casually. It's okay, CEO Lu. Why don't we go back and study it again to see if there are any new materials that can be replaced? The assistant comforted her. Lu Qianqian nodded. That's the only thing we can do for now. The assistant looked at the handkerchief in his hand and felt that it was like a hot potato. Therefore, after returning to the Lu Corporation, he immediately found out the new address of the Yashang group and sent the handkerchief to Song Buji in the fastest way possible. It was obvious that he did not want to have anything to do with it. Song Qiaoji also learned that Lu Qianqian did not sign the contract in the end. Although she was a little disappointed and felt that her masculine charm was greatly reduced, it was also because of this that Lu Qianqian fell deeper into the trap. What a stubborn girl. Lin Muan did not often have holidays, so he had very little time to spend with Lu Qianqian in the past few months. In addition, he worked very hard, so he stood her up several times when he should have returned to Lu Qianqian's side. Lu Qianqian knew that he wanted to achieve results too much, so her heart ached and she understood. She never had any complaints. After the incident with the handkerchief, Lu Qianqian invested in the discovery of new materials. Indeed, she found one, but she had to go to the surrounding hill city to discuss cooperation. Lu Qianqian and the other party agreed that after 4 days, Lin Muan would have 2 days off. Taking advantage of this opportunity, she wanted to bring Lin Muan to the Banyan courtyard to visit Mu Qiqi. After all, a few days ago, Xiao Qi's pregnancy had made the news. She didn't know how she was feeling now. At night, Lin Muan arrived home. Because of the hot weather, Lin Muan's face had turned even darker. When Lu Qianqian saw her lover, her heart couldn't help but race. Scumbag, you're finally willing to come home. Lin Muan put down his luggage and put on a medal for her. I won it for you. Lu Qianqian looked at the medal in front of her chest. She was very excited. This person was becoming more and more manly. He was the mobile tough guy that the fans talked about, a walking hormone. What? Are you too excited to speak? Lin Muan smiled, revealing his neat and beautiful white teeth. I haven't been home for such a long time. How's my chili? Mom is waiting for us to eat. Let's go home first. We still have to go to the Banyan courtyard to see Xiao Qi later. Lin Muan put his arm around Lu Qianqian's shoulders and whispered into her ear, Can we not go? I missed you. Hearing this hint, Lu Qianqian blushed. It's important to look at Qiqi. Sleep is also very important. Scumbag. Of course, Lu Qianqian could not refuse such a request. So, after dinner, she called Mu Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi, it's too late now. I've delayed your and the baby's rest. We'll come again tomorrow. Mu Chi-Chi narrowed her eyes and asked casually, is Lin Mu back? I just came back. Oh, then I understand. Take it easy, baby. After saying that, Mu Chi-Chi hung up the phone. The two of them were best friends. They knew very well about this kind of thing. Of course, they had to be affectionate. Of course, she couldn't ruin other people's good things. After hanging up, Lu Qianqian felt a little guilty. Why did it seem like she couldn't wait for something to happen? At this moment, Lin Mu hugged her from behind and whispered in her ear, Mom is going back to her room to rest. Lu Qianqian turned around and saw Lin Mu's bronze chest. She was a little dazed. It's been a long time since I hugged you. I missed you. Lu Qianqian was satisfied and took the initiative to give him a kiss. For energetic men and women who loved each other deeply, at this time, there was no need to be reserved at all. They just needed to let go and enjoy each other's love. In the police academy, I'm almost on fire. As long as I think of you, I feel uncomfortable. Such words of love were the most direct and the most effective for a woman. Little Pepper, let's get married after we graduate, okay? Amidst the passion, Lin Mu stared at Lu Qianqian beneath him. You can't refuse. You've even accepted my proposal gift. I traded my life for that medal. Scumbag. You don't even have a new idea when you propose. They hugged each other tightly. Lin Mu quickened his movements and sent the one he loved above the clouds. Afterward, Lin Mu hugged Lu Qianqian and played with her hair. I think I might need a few years to get promoted after I graduate from the police academy. Aren't you afraid that I'm not worthy of you? The dignified young Master Lin dares to say such words. Lu Qianqian was not worried at all. Just do what you need to do. I won't be an obstacle to you. Nonsense. You're my motivation. With those words, Lin Mu carried Lu Qianqian to the bathroom, which made her scream. What are you doing? Doing it once in the bathroom. I can't wait to leave traces of our love in every corner of the room. Little Pepper, I love you. I miss you. Hearing such a confession, did Lu Qianqian have any room to refuse? Not at all. Throughout the night, she could not remember how many times she was tortured by this man. She only knew that when this man said the word sleep, the sky outside the window was already blue. It seemed that she could only wait until tomorrow to talk about the business trip. The next day, Banyan Courtyard. When Mu Chi-Chi woke up, she was even more listless than the tortured Lu Qianqian. Xing Xiao woke up and saw that she did not look well, so he stopped her from getting up. I'll call the doctor to come and take a look. I'm fine. Mu Chi-Chi quickly hugged Xing Xiao. I just had a nightmare. What kind of nightmare? Xing Xiao returned to the bed and wrapped her in a blanket. Could Mu Chi-Chi say that it was because she was affected by Lu Qianqian last night and had a dream that she should not have? Xing Xiao lowered his head and saw that the thing in his arms had turned from pale to crimson. He could guess a little. What's in a pregnant woman's head? It's all Qianqian's fault for calling me last night, Mu Chi-Chi complained. Think about it. Before I got pregnant, Master Xiao, you were so masculine. We had fun almost every night. Now that you haven't touched me for a long time, of course I'll let my imagination run wild. You're spoiled. Xing Xiao pinched her nose and said, since you haven't slept enough, sleep a little more. Forget it. Qianqian and the others will come over later. I'd better get up. Mu Chi covered her blushing face and said, "Oh my God, it's so scary. I suspect that the person who can't take it without that life for 10 months is me." Chapter 877. Xing Xiao took the opportunity to hook her chin. He leaned over and kissed her thin lips. After a while, he let go. "I'll quench your thirst." After being teased like this, Mu Chi wanted to bite this man to death even more. After breakfast, Xing Xiao was still reading the newspaper in the living room. Lu Qianqian and Mu Chi appeared at the entrance of the banyan courtyard hand in hand. Mu Chi opened the door and saw the two of them. She immediately hugged them. "Be careful. You're already going to be a mother. Why are you still so energetic?" Lu Qianqian quickly held her steady. "It's right under your CEO's nose. It's fine. The baby is very healthy," Mu Chi replied as she rubbed her lower abdomen. Then, she saw Lu Qianqian and Lin Mu's fingers tightly clasped together. She also thought of the dream last night, so she whispered a few words into Lu Qianqian's ear. Lu Qianqian's face turned red. "You're really married and already have children. You're getting more and more shameless." "Xiao Qi, how have you been?" Hearing Lin Mu's words, Mu Chi finally noticed the man beside Lu Qianqian. He was really interesting. She didn't expect him to be a tough guy. "Not bad, Lin Mu. I can tell that the two of you are very harmonious. You guys accompany her well. She's been bored at home for a while. She's a chatterbox." At this moment, Xing Xiao put down the newspaper and got up to go out. "Don't worry, CEO Xing." Lu Qianqian raised her hand to promise. Xing Xiao gestured to Lin Mu lightly and then went out. This was his usual aura. Why was he in a hurry to go out? If he remembered correctly, Lu Qianqian should be nervous when she saw him. In order to let the two best friends talk about everything, Xing Xiao went out early. As for Lin Mu, he was a little envious of Lin Mu. He was the type of person who could speak up in a crowd of women. Then, Lu Qianqian was invited into the living room. The two best friends started to talk and couldn't stop. Of course, Mu Chi didn't forget to remind her best friend to be safe. "Qianqian, the Xing family has been in some trouble recently. It's all because of me. You have to be extra careful. Don't get targeted. If you get into any danger because of me, I won't be able to feel at ease for the rest of my life. I have him by my side. Besides, I have bodyguards usually. So you don't have to worry about me." Lu Qianqian pointed at the man beside her. "Don't lie to me. That B** starred Lin Mu and spends most of his time in the police academy. In short, remember what I said. If you notice anything unusual, contact me immediately. Contact a pregnant lady like you to go out and fight with me. I can be torn in half by your CEO." Lu Qianqian was very disdainful. "Don't worry, I'll remember. Indeed, as your CEO said, after getting pregnant, she really has a loose tongue." "That's good. When do you plan to get married?" "If you don't, you won't be able to keep up with my progress." Mu Chi rubbed her belly. Thinking of the proposal last night, Lu Qianqian was really embarrassed. She could only say, "When he graduates, your baby will be born. It'll be even livelier." When it came to these topics, Lu Qianqian felt that Mu Chi could not stop talking until the next morning. Thinking that it was not easy for Lin Mu to come back, she quickly stopped Mu Chi. "We're leaving now. We still have a date in the afternoon." "All right, I'll let you go. Lin Mu, protect Qianqian well." "I'm not joking with you. I got it," Lin Mu and answered Muchichi seriously. Muchichi was satisfied and watched the two of them leave. However, for some reason, she still felt a little uneasy. After leaving the banyan courtyard, the two of them went on dates everywhere. However, there were too many problems with the Lu Corporation. Therefore, before it was even the middle of the afternoon, the assistant called. CEO Lu, when are you coming to the company? The shareholders are asking about the materials again. I've already found the new materials. Tell him the truth. Alright, I can only block them for a while. The assistant hung up the phone pitifully. On the other side, Lin Muhan saw that Lu Qianqian was really busy, so he said, I'll send you back to the Lu Corporation. I don't want to. It wasn't easy for me to go on a date with you. The boss wants to take a holiday today. But if something happens to the Lu Corporation, what will you do? I'll accompany you in your office. It can be considered a date. Lin Muhan comforted her. I know you value what Dad left behind. Don't be delayed because of this. I really have a sensible fiancé. Lu Qianqian pinched Lin Muhan's ear and admitted defeat. I'm just afraid that you'll be bored. I won't be bored with you around. The two of them looked at each other and smiled. They held hands and returned to the Lu Corporation. When the assistant saw this, she immediately understood why Lu Qianqian didn't even want to go to work. Beauty was a hindrance. I'll go to the meeting first and explain this matter to the shareholders. You stay here and read. Lin Muhan nodded and sat down on the sofa in her office. This little woman had really grown up. She looked like a capable and experienced female CEO. Lin Muhan couldn't help but smile. He didn't know if he would be able to catch up to this little pepper in a few years. He wanted to be worthy of her. Soon, the person at the front desk delivered a package to the CEO's office and said that it was something from the Yashang Group to Lu Qianqian. Let me sign for it. Lin Muhan took the small box and signed his name. However, even if it was Lu Qianqian's things, he wouldn't casually open it. Even lovers had their privacy. The assistant returned to the office before Lu Qianqian. When she saw that the box she had sent had been returned, she was shocked. Lin Muhan was still in the office. If he knew that this was a man's handkerchief, he might have thought too much. Lin Muhan saw that the assistant's expression was a little strange, so he asked, "What's wrong?" "Mr. Lin, please give me the box. This is actually something that the CEO asked me to send out. I didn't expect it to be returned." Lin Muhan didn't think too much about it and handed the box over. After a while, Lu Qianqian returned to the office. Taking advantage of the fact that there was no one around, she hugged Lin Muhan's waist. "I'm sorry that I left you alone in the office when you came back. I couldn't accompany you. Who asked my fiancé to be the CEO of the Lu Corporation?" Lin Muhan comforted her. "Go back to work. I'll make it up to you when we go home tonight." The hint in her words successfully pleased Lin Muhan. However, sometimes, his heart ached for her. A girl in her early 20s should have enjoyed a beautiful life, but she had to sign documents and attend meetings here every day. Perhaps, this kind of life would continue for many more years. As a man, he felt that he was neglecting his duty if he couldn't share the burden for his woman. Lu Qianqian also noticed that the man's gaze was a little strange today, so she asked him, "What philosophy are you thinking about?" Chapter 878. If you really want to live such a life, why didn't you listen to your grandfather's arrangements? Why do you have to suffer outside? I know you don't like this. It's fine if I suffer alone, but why do you have to drag my dear fiancé into it? Lin Muhan enjoyed it and stopped mentioning it. However, unknowingly, Lu Qianqian worked overtime until 10 o'clock in the evening. If it weren't for the sudden blackout in the office, she wouldn't have noticed the time. Lin moved and turned on the flashlight on his phone and looked at Lu Qianqian. It's time to get off work, isn't it? But I didn't save my documents. Lu Qianqian frowned. It's very important. Then turn on the light on your phone. I'll go and see what's going on. There was no one in the office, and the assistant had been sent home early. Lin moved and checked the power switch in the office and spent some time to turn on the backup switch. Lu Qianqian took the opportunity to turn on the computer and save the documents. Then, she turned around and looked at Lin Mu and apologetically. I didn't see the time. It's so late. Lin Mu and walked in front of Lu Qianqian and wrapped her around the edge of the desk. Do you work like this every day? Lu Qianqian scratched her hair awkwardly. Sometimes I work earlier. Lin Mu and took the opportunity to bite her lower lip and said in a punitive tone, I know a strong woman who does investment. Maybe I can invite her back. Since you don't want me to share your burden, you can hire someone else, right? Of course I want to, but I don't have a full grasp of the company situation. That's why I'm like this, Lu Qianqian answered guiltily. Lin Mu and sighed and hugged her on the desk. At the very least, Lu Corporation has shares in Zhongting. As long as you need it, Zhongting will send someone over to help. Why torture yourself like this? Don't you trust them? Don't educate me. I understand. Lu Qianqian lost her confidence and plunged into Lin Mu An's arms. Lin Mu An smiled and admitted defeat. Can we go home now? CEO Lu. I'm hungry, it's been 7 or 8 hours. Of course, you're hungry. I'll take you to eat something delicious. With that, Lin Mu An picked Lu Qianqian up and left the building in a bear hug. While they were eating, Lin Mu An's phone rang countless times. Lu Qianqian saw it and urged him, why aren't you answering the phone? I saw it. I think it was your aunt. There's nothing urgent. Hurry up and eat. Lin Mu An didn't care at all. Is it about your grandfather? If it is, then answer it. Otherwise, I won't feel at ease. Lin Mu An glanced at her and finally answered the call. On the other end of the line, no one knew what Lin Mu An's aunt said, but Lin Mu An's expression changed. What happened? Lu Qianqian had a bad feeling. It's nothing. It's just that the old man's illness is erratic. Lin Mu An hung up the phone, but he did not tell the truth. It was just that telling Lu Qianqian about this would only add to her worries. Is that all? Lu Qianqian asked, don't be so sensitive every time you mention the Lin family. I don't mind it as much as you think. It's really nothing. Lin Mu An kept his mouth shut. Lu Qianqian didn't ask anymore because she knew that Lin Mu An had almost cut off all ties with his family for her. It had been a long time since he entered the Lin family. However, she could really face it with him. The two of them quickly ate dinner and went home. While Lin Mu An was taking a shower, Lu Qianqian found the number on Lin Mu An's phone and mustered up her courage to call it. Mu An. I'm Lu Qianqian. Hello. Lu Qianqian didn't expect that it was Lin Mu An's mother and not his aunt. Lin Mu An had grown up under old Lin's knee and rarely mentioned his parents. Occasionally, he would mention that he was doing business outside. Now that they suddenly contacted each other, Lu Qianqian was a little at a loss. I'm sorry, Auntie. I thought something happened to the Lin family, so it's okay. I just called him to inform him that I divorced his father. Lu Qianqian was speechless. It's too late. You should rest. After saying that, Mama Lin hung up the phone decisively as if she didn't care about her son's feelings at all. Lu Qianqian put down the phone and felt that the world was quite ridiculous. It was okay. This man, he still had her to love. Why are you sitting on the bed in a daze? Lin Mu and came out of the bathroom with his upper body naked. Lu Qianqian took the opportunity to hug him. Her voice was a little choked. Scumbag, don't waste time. You have to leave tomorrow morning. I want you. Both of them had something on their minds, but they found a good way to vent it. That was crazy love. When the sun rose, Lin moved and quietly got up and kissed the woman beside him. Little Pepper, wait for me to come back and marry you. Lu Qianqian. Prison Board Spring. Tai. Hut. About consumption of fishy words roast blood. Mu Ji Hui. Collapse. Human. Teeth blowing neon. Slap. Asshole. Johan Meng. Pressure. Orange soup. Haze one neon Wei Dong. Forgive. After Lin Mu and left, Lu Qianqian sat on the bed in a daze for almost an hour. Then, she picked up the phone and called the pregnant woman. Shao Qi. Why is there this voice? Did Lin Mu and hurt you? Can I talk to your CEO first? Lu Qianqian said in a low voice. Mu Qiqi handed the phone to Xing Xiao. It's Qianqian. Don't scare her. Xing Xiao frowned slightly. Was he that scary? However, unknowingly, Xing Xiao still listened to Mu Qiqi's words. Even if his voice was not gentle, it was not too cold. Hello. Lu Qianqian said that she was powerless and hoped that Xing Xiao could send someone to support her. Xing Xiao thought that it was a big deal. Send the Lu Corporation's information over in the afternoon. Let me take a look at the situation first. After that, I'll arrange a suitable candidate for you based on the Lu Corporation situation. Thank you, CEO. In 2 minutes, Xing Xiao solved the problem with one sentence. Then, he returned the phone to Mu Qiqi. I have an early meeting. I'll go out first. Got it, Master Xiao. Mu Qiqi took the phone back. Now was the time for the two sisters to have a heart-to-heart talk. What's wrong? Why are you calling for help so early in the morning? Because I have a bad feeling. I've spent too much time on work. If this goes on, sooner or later, there will be a relationship crisis. You're quite quick to realize it. Mu Qiqi smiled. Does Lin Mu and have a love rival? Chapter 879. There was still a long way to go between them. Mu Qiqi could not help but feel gratified when she heard that. The fact that you can think that way proves that your view of love has matured a lot. Qianqian, no matter what happens between the two of you, I just want to say one thing. No matter what happens in the future, don't blame each other. If Lin Mu is hiding something from you, you have to put yourself in his shoes and think about why he did it. Even if things really get out of hand, don't forget that you once risked your life for each other. There's nothing unmanageable about it. As long as he's still Lin Mu and I want him. Lu Qianqian answered quickly and firmly. She was very clear that her feelings were not child's play. She was aiming for a lifetime. Therefore, no matter how difficult or dangerous it was, she would not give up. Seeing you like this, I'm so envious. Mu Qiqi touched her belly and said, I probably won't have the chance to be as vigorous as you guys anymore. Alright, there are 2 of you now. Don't mess around with these useless things. Moreover, with your intelligence, it's very difficult for you to have the intention to love and kill Master Xiao. You can't escape his grasp, so you should just obediently be the group's pet. Mu Chi-Chi whimpered and accepted her fate. If you need anything, remember to call me. Got it? Rumbling and throbbing. After that, the two of them hung up. Mu Chi-Chi sat on the bed in a daze. She had a feeling that something would happen between Lu Qianqian and Lin Muven. It was not her intuition, but because of their positions. She only hoped that they could hold each other's hands no matter what the situation was. Afternoon, Yushang Group. Song Buji threw the man's handkerchief that had been sent back twice into the trash can. Lu Qianqian was more difficult to break through than he had imagined. Of course, this was just the beginning. Nothing could be concluded yet. In any case, there were still many opportunities for him to meet Lu Qianqian. Then let's meet again in 2 days at Hill City. In the afternoon, Lu Qianqian sorted out the information of Lu Holdings and sent it to Xing Xiao's office in Zhongting. Xing Xiao looked at the report of Lu Holdings during this period. Although he felt that Lu Qianqian had tried her best and did a good job, she had put in too much effort and got herself into trouble. All he needed was a capable helper, and Lu Enterprises' performance should not be limited to this. So, he took out his phone and made a call. It should be a small problem for Lu Qianqian to send a woman over. After receiving his reply, Lu Qianqian finally understood why Xing Xiao was undefeatable in Jianchuan. With his efficiency, who else would be king if not him? After getting the resume of the assistant, Lu Qianqian planned to leave the position of vice CEO to her. Because she was about to have a useful assistant, Lu Qianqian had some time to find out where Mama Lin was living. She was in London. Lu Qianqian immediately booked a ticket to London because she did not want Lin Mu and to lose his mother like this, even if Lin Mu and would blame her for being nosy in the future. Therefore, she planned to let the deputy CEO go to Ling City directly after taking office. Song Buji never expected that he, who was good at flirting with women, would run into a wall in front of Lu Qianqian. After nearly 9 hours of flight, Lu Qianqian finally arrived in London. However, she was unfamiliar with the place and her English barely passed. It wasn't easy for her to find Mama Lin's apartment. She carried her suitcase and looked for her, but after ringing the doorbell, she regretted it. If she had known earlier, she wouldn't have been so abrupt. However, before she could react, the brown door was opened. A woman with a bruised face poked her head out and looked at Lu Qianqian. Her tone was cold. "Who are you looking for?" "I'm looking for Auntie Lin." A surprised look appeared on Mama Lin's face. After a moment of silence, she opened the door and said to Lu Qianqian, "Come in." Mama Lin was wearing blue home clothes. There were many wounds on her body. It seemed like she had been beaten up. "I'm Qianqian, Mu An's fiancé. His father and I have officially signed the divorce papers. We have nothing to do with each other in the future. If you just want to get to know me, you can leave now." Mama Lin chased her away without any hesitation. "Auntie, I don't deserve to be his mother." After saying this, Lin Muji's tears rolled down her face. Lu Qianqian wanted to say something more, but she was pulled up from behind by a tall man. A series of English words burst out of his mouth. Mama Lin looked nervous. She quickly went up to protect Lu Qianqian. And right in front of Lu Qianqian, she was beaten by the man. Perhaps because he was tired, the man walked away. Lu Qianqian quickly went to help Mama Lin. "Auntie, how are you? Do you want to call the police?" "You don't have to care about my business. You can leave." Mama Lin staggered to her feet. She wanted to push Lu Qianqian out of the door, but she vomited blood and fainted. Lu Qianqian struggled to maintain her composure and called for help. It was not easy for her to send Mama Lin to the hospital. Now, her mind was a mess. Then, Lu Qianqian calmed down and set up the translation device. She called her assistant and asked him to rush over immediately. After doing all this, it was only 7:00 in the evening in London. However, when Mama Lin was in the middle of the emergency treatment, a few Englishmen pretended to be unfamiliar with her and passed by the emergency room. Lu Qianqian was still a little wary. So, as she felt that she might have encountered something and provoked someone she shouldn't have. Lu Qianqian sensed danger. There was no one else she could call, so she immediately called Mu Qiqi, who was far away in Jianchuan. However, it was not even 5:00 in the morning in Jianchuan. Xing Xiao woke up and saw the phone. He frowned. However, it should not be easy to call at this time. So, even though he was impatient, he still pressed the button to pick up the call. Hello. Xing Xiao. Great CEO. Did I disturb Qiqi's rest? What do you think? But I have no one else to call. You're looking for her. It's the same as looking for me. Just tell me. Xing Xiao got up quietly, afraid that he would wake up the thing on the bed. I'm in England. I'm in some trouble. Lu Qianqian spent some time to tell him the general situation. After Xing Xiao heard it, he was silent. In the end, he sighed. When you did this, did you consider Lin Mu'an's feelings? He seems to be avoiding it. Forget it. Stay in the hospital and don't go anywhere. I'll call a friend in England. Thank you, great CEO. After losing her father, Lu Qianqian had no one to rely on. In Jianchuan, because of her father, she had built a network of connections and could barely get by. But who would she be when she was out of the country? It was also at this moment that Lu Qianqian realized how much effort her father had put into teaching her English so that she could learn. You don't plan to tell Lin Mu'an? Lu Qianqian thought for a moment and only said one word. Don't. Chapter 880. Mind your own business. Don't you know your place? After hanging up the phone, Xing Xiao sighed in the darkness. However, when he turned around, he realized that the person on his bed was the same. If she knew that Lu Qianqian was in trouble in England tomorrow, she would also want to fly over to help. She was young and had the energy to struggle. She had to pursue a result in everything. She was full of passion and could risk her life for love. At the thought of this, Xing Xiao smiled helplessly. It was all because of this thing that Feng Shanshan and Lu Qianqian were in trouble. If it weren't for her, who would these two be? Since when did Xing Xiao care about them one by one? Moreover, he didn't want to control his own woman. Therefore, Xing Xiao called Lin Mu'an before dawn. Your woman is in England. Do you know? Lin Mu'an was a little stunned. She called me at 4:00 in the morning last night. She encountered something on the streets of London that she couldn't solve. I think you know why she's doing this. Lin Mu'an, be a man. Don't hide anything from your woman. Your avoidance means that she's dispensable to you. She doesn't even need to know about your matters. That's not what a lover does. Of course, that's not what a man should do either. With that, Xing Xiao hung up. If Lin Mu'an was smart enough, he would know how to deal with all this. When Lin Mu'an received the call, he could tell that Xing Xiao was blaming him. Based on his understanding of Lu Qianqian, it was impossible for her to take the initiative to ask Xing Xiao for help. The person she wanted to look for was Mu Qiqi. However, Mu Qiqi was pregnant and she was disturbed so late at night. Of course, Xing Xiao was angry and wanted to torment her. England, that fool really dared to go. At the thought of this, Lin Mu'an felt helpless and heartache. Then, he packed his things and asked for leave from his teacher. After a night of torment, Lu Qianqian finally saw the light. The little assistant stood in front of her in confusion, and there was also the bodyguard sent by Xing Zhao's friend. With such protection, Lu Qianqian felt much more at ease. Mama Lin's injuries were too serious. After treatment, she fell asleep in the ward. It took her a whole 10 hours to wake up. "Auntie, how are you? Why are you still here?" Mother Lin's voice was hoarse. Her throat was dry, and she was in a sorry state. "You're Mu An's mother. I can't leave you alone." Lu Qianqian handed her some warm water. "Drink some. I don't have much of a relationship with him. You don't have to be so enthusiastic. I won't affect you." After saying that, Mama Lin lay back down and turned her back to Lu Qianqian. Lu Qianqian did not force her. But not long after, 3 British men suddenly barged into the ward and were about to grab Mama Lin. However, they were stopped by a bodyguard not far away. Afterwards, the little assistant communicated with them in fluent English. Only then did she find out that Mama Lin owed a huge debt. These people were afraid that she would run away, so they were keeping a close watch on her. "Boss Lu, it's not a small amount. It's 30 million pounds. That was a few hundred million." Lu Qianqian looked surprised. "Do you know why?" "It's probably because Auntie's previous business failed and owes it," the assistant replied. "It's not me, it's that thing Lin Peiran who owes it." Mama Lin suddenly replied angrily. "He threw the debt to me, threw the divorce agreement to me, threw everything to me." Lu Qianqian reacted for a moment and suddenly understood who Lin Peiran was talking about. It was Lin Mu An's father. For so many years in the Lin family, the old man had been living a glorious life outside. She did not expect that his son and daughter-in-law would have a different life abroad. "You don't have to worry about me. Let me die here." It was such a huge burden. Even if Lu Qianqian wanted to carry it, even if she was willing, she lacked the ability to do so. However, as long as it was Lin Mu An's matter, she would not hesitate. "I can pay it back. I can try my best to think of a way." But before she could finish, a force behind her pulled her aside. "You can what? Are you planning to sell Lu Corporation to pay off the debt?" Lu Qianqian focused and realized that it was Lin Mu An. She immediately felt a little uneasy. "Mu An, you're so capable. You came to London alone without telling me. Do you know why I grew up under Grandpa's knee? Because my parents are not responsible at all. After I was born, they threw me to Grandpa. Since then, they did not care about me. Although Grandpa is strong, he did not want to take on the responsibility of his parents. He was forced to do so." "I know I'm being nosy," Lin Mu An looked at his woman. She had a pair of huge dark circles under her eyes. She still had the cheek to meddle in other people's business. "Come back with me. But, someone will take care of it." Lin Mu An held her hand and said to her. "When I came here, I already called Aunt. She knows that she will come to deal with it. You can't help here. Is Lu Corporation not busy? I know that I made the decision on my own and made you very unhappy. Because I don't know what you're thinking. When your parents got divorced, you didn't mention a word to me. I was scared. Do you know that?" After hearing Lu Qianqian's grievance, Lin Mu An finally understood what Xing Zhao meant when he said that a man should not be like this. Damn it, what kind of man would make his woman cry? Lin Mu An couldn't help but curse at himself in his heart. "I don't want to hide it from you. I just don't have the concept of parents. So, I think it's normal for them to divorce. After all, they are a couple without feelings." The reason why I didn't tell you was because I knew that you would be busy until 10 o'clock every day. I didn't want to add to your troubles. If it makes you feel insecure, I'm sorry. Lu Qianqian's eyes turned red. She threw herself into Lin Muhan's arms. I know I don't know anything. I only know how to do things recklessly. But I always want to open up these situations. I don't want to be sensitive when I keep mentioning your family. Lin Muhan touched Lu Qianqian's head with heartache and comforted her silently. I always think that I can make achievements. That way, I can let Grandpa know how firm my determination is. I always think that one day, I can use my own ability to bring you home and let Grandpa acknowledge you. But before that, I have to endure a lot of things. Loneliness and obstacles. Qianqian, can you give me some time to wait for us to become better? I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cause trouble for you. I just thought that I could be independent. But after coming out, I realized that I was so helpless and insignificant. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.